Yes, okay, that was,
Okay, I call this meeting of the Mountain View Wisman School District. I call this meeting, January 11th, meeting of the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees, special meeting to order at 8:42. Do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I have roll call.
Conley. Anna Reed.
Lisa Henry.
Charles DeFazio.
Bill Lambert. Okay, next item is to approve the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Or any comments?
I move to approve the agenda.
Are there any comments from the public? We're not taking comments on this, right? Correct. I have a
Second.
I have a motion to approve the agenda by trustee Reed and a second by trustee DeFazio. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passed unanimously. We'll go on to item 2, action, discussion, and presentation. Dr. Skelly.
Thank you very much. So let's all relax. This is supposed to be real. We start off really formally, but we should really have sort of a honest sort of conversation where we're sort of going back and forth. And so these microphones, I'm sort of not used to it, but we are going to broadcast it, so we have them on. But I think if you want to get up and get something to eat, or you have to go to the bathroom or whatever, you need a break, just let us know. We're not gonna. We've got a lot of time here, and so fanny fatigue sets in, and so if you need to stand up while we're meeting or whatever, I think this is just a good chance for us to have some conversation. We have 3 new board members. You've all been attending the board, so you know sort of what goes on. But I think we should speak freely about what's on our mind, what we'd like to see. You guys have all observed board meetings for a long time. For Bill and Devin, you've been on the board and you've watched the board before, and so we've probably watched other boards. I've watched or been part of, I can't remember how many board meetings. So, we've got some wisdom, and this is our chance to really set the group here. I think we should feel free to speak candidly. If something comes up, it's not sort of on the detail here, jump in. I had some comments. I think that may or may not have gotten on there, Bill. I think it was something that you and I were talking about in terms of talking to attorneys and stuff that we may want to bring up here. So when it feels like the right moment, jump in or say, hey, I hadn't thought about this, but here's where we are. We also got some feedback from you that we've put into this agenda, particularly adding the board bylaws here. So I think that's a good place to ground. And if there are things that we decide to do that are a little different, we'll have to decide whether we want to adjust the board bylaws to reflect some of those things. This is organic. This Charles and Bill and I met and sort of talked through this. We worked from a draft that Bill put together, and then we spent 2 or 3 hours just sort of going through what would be the topics. There are some places where I've opined here about stuff, but look, you guys have to live with each other for a long time, so you don't have to feel like any sort of, hopefully I'm not going to get my feelings hurt if you don't agree to do or take my suggestions here. And I think you are going to have to do some work that's after the team is going to change. Whenever you have somebody different in the room, it's going to change, whether it's a superintendent or board member. So you guys have sort of this bump at it. Jeff will come in, and then you'll have a new superintendent in the fall. So you're going to have to reset a bunch of different times. But I can see some advantages to you guys really owning this discussion because you're the board, and then the superintendent coming in and maybe modifying some things, but building sort of your culture is going to be, this is a different kind, and it'll be interesting to see how that piece goes. And then there were some pieces here that we should talk about near the end where we talk about, okay, what are the things, there's so much to talk about here. What are some of the things that you should add or talk about, this year or later on? And I think having some conversation about that today and sort of thinking about what are the pieces that you want to do would be helpful. I propose that you work through a section here on the agenda and then take public comment and then go from there in terms of how we organize today. So, Bill, I think this is the point where I turn it back to you and you sort of walk us through each one of the sections or comments, or I'm not sure how you want to do it. You may just want to say, is there any questions about a particular section, or how do we start that conversation? So I'm going to turn it back over to you. You may be able to pick this up here.
This is probably easy. Let's do that. So I just want to make one clarification of what I said a moment ago. We are taking public comments today, only in person. If you have public comments, please join us. So I have the draft agenda here. We included the bylaws as a reference, and I hope everybody read those before the meeting. I think the topics that are relevant to the board bylaws come up in the sort of the further discussion. So they're really meant for reference. But if anybody wants to, speak about anything specifically now, you can. But I think topics will come up later. So our norms. One of the things I want to, I guess, what I would really maybe start off have sort of two overlying things of a board. I want to have us do as much discussion as possible, not feel that we're rushed to make decisions, to be able to deliberate, share ideas, and then basically make an informed decision. So, and that's a matter of just, I think, planning ahead, making sure everybody has all the information they need to make decisions, and not rush things. And with not maybe rushing through things during closed session or during the board meetings. As everybody knows, my preference is try to end these at 10 o'clock, just for my own sanity. And I also want to allow a lot of time for a closed session. Now, that might not always be possible, but I think that's the goal, is to do that. Yeah, in my opinion, if we can have more board meetings, that's preferable to me rather than have these marathon sessions. From the feedback I've heard from the public, I think the public would appreciate that as well. I think the staff would appreciate that as well. I think a lot of what is in here is meant to try to achieve those goals. And the other goal, I think, is to provide really good opportunities for the public to communicate with us, to share their ideas, not only during board meetings, but I would like us to discuss, ways that we can sort of facilitate interactions with the public, not just in the formal process of the board meeting, but elsewhere. And that's a challenge, and I would like us to discuss that. So equal access to information. It comes up in a number of items here. The suggestion I have is to we receive a lot of documents, and I think what I'm thinking about this, there's two kind of informations. We have discussions with Dr. Skelly, with other staff members, with experts, and we should all be informed about what everybody knows so that we're all coming in on the same page. We should also have access to a lot of contracts we discussed, especially in closed session, um, reviews, things like that. And clearly, a lot of these are confidential documents. And so I've asked Dr. Skelly to work with the staff to set up secure websites that we can see these documents. We don't have to print them. That allows us to come prepared for our meetings so that we're asking questions, we're ready to go, and we don't need to maybe spend a half hour listening to a presentation from one of our attorneys.
I absolutely love that idea, Bill.
Thank you.
Absolutely love it.
And then these are complex topics, and some even if we spend an hour or two talking about a topic, I need to just sort of sit back and take a break, take a deep breath, and then digest, think about other questions, further inform myself. And what I would hope is that we're not compelled to make a decision at the end of that discussion, whenever possible. It might slow things down, but I think at the end we'll make better decisions.
Ask, is that kind of the process of bringing an item for discussion at one meeting and then bringing it back for action at a second meeting?
Yes, it's the same as that. It's the same as that, but just, in other words, propagate that to as many decisions as we have to make. So I would include it in the closed session, for example, as well. And it doesn't apply to closed session, but one of the benefits of open session, right, is that it allows the public then to understand what we're talking about and then give them an additional opportunity to listen to us and then make suggestions. So in a way, everybody has a couple of chances of doing it.
I love that idea. I think processing time is huge. And I think at the last meeting, that was something that I struggled with where, sure, you come in asking questions that you have based on the material that you're given, but then the discussion happens and things pop up that you haven't necessarily thought about. And you want to ask more questions, clarifying questions, or sit and think about the information that you just heard from other people before making a decision. So I think that this is a really great direction to head.
Yeah, and I also, it comes up on a lot of topics here. I think one of the other, we've talked about having a manageable board meeting and not having to go till midnight and things like that, is that how can we do our job really well, okay, and do all of these other, and have times for other things, community comment, right? It comes up, school site presentations and things like that. So just sort of think through. I think challenge ourselves is to how can we accomplish all of these functions and still have time to do our job well. I remember early training I got was always said, the business of purpose of our board meetings is to do the business of the board, right? And that they just kept saying that and saying that. And Ellen Wheeler was, she would always say that kind of thing when she was president. So I think we have to keep that in our mind, right? That's how do we manage our time so that we can do that well.
This may be, some of this stuff kind of bleeds.
Well, please jump around.
Okay.
I think that's the part. I mean, there's no structure here. It's almost free flowing. And as I mentioned, everything sort of works together here.
Okay. I think when we're talking about, so I love the idea of the closed session document website. I'm so thankful for that. I wish we've had that for the last 6 years. I think that's brilliant. Something that we had just started to do before a lot of change happened was when trustees were having their one-on-ones with the superintendent was bringing in different staff to those one-on-ones to actually talk about the things that were going to be presented. And I don't know about you, Bill, but I found that extremely helpful to be able to talk to Dr. Westover or Miss Bauer or Miss Bickyard or Miss Dagger about whatever, presentation they were bringing, and ask them my questions directly. I don't know, Dr. Skelly, how you are thinking of doing
Call
one-on-one.
me Kevin, since we're informal.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry,
so, you're thinking about, during agenda setting.
No, this was the superintendent had a one-on-one meeting with
Okay.
every trustee each month.
Maybe that's the
Okay.
time to bring this up. too.
Yeah.
And for some trustees, it was possible that they might, so the board president met one-on-one every week and with the superintendent, and the other trustees met at least every month, but some trustees met more frequently. When I first came on the board, I would meet every 2 weeks because I was trying to get up to speed with the superintendent and just learn about how everything worked. But the bringing in
Yeah.
other staff members for the one-on-one was a new process that I found extremely helpful. But,
So, yeah, I think, well, I would say this, that, you've got, when you talk, just some more things about information. I think that the president and vice president have an advantage in the information because they're meeting every 2 weeks sometimes because they're planning the agenda. So that's something that we have to sort of structurally deal with. My thought was that you'd meet with the other board members either every other week or in pairs. And then, so maybe you two and then one, and then, somebody else by themselves, so that there was so people got to know each other, got to sort of see how they were thinking, all those kinds of things. And then in terms of adding staff members, I think that's fine, just whoever you want to bring in to do that. And I think it's a great learning opportunity for senior staff to be involved in planning the agenda and meeting with board members in terms of their own roles, so they can see how you think when you're not at the time. So yeah, and I think having those conversations is really important. And so I think I need to be conscious of that, and then Jeff will need to be conscious of your new superintendent.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't know most of the staff that well, and so it was an opportunity to communicate with them directly, to establish some kind of relationship.
Yeah.
And I think for the new trustees, extremely useful. Who do you know in the main office?
Is it useful to time it? So right, as vice president, I get to sit in on the agenda setting and whatnot, but is it useful for the out of that group to time it for after agenda has been kind of drafted so that you can get the relevant people that are there that you would want to discuss things with, right? Or is it more, do you want that just a regular cadence where someone rotates in and talks about a topic?
I think it depends. I think there are, other trustees are going to have ideas about things that they would like to see on agendas. We do have a board bylaw around that, but a place where that feedback is often shared is the one-on-one with the superintendent. And so if it's always after the agenda has been set, then that really limits that opportunity. But the city has a process where is it the actual Tuesday before they bring in, once the agenda is released, they bring in city council members for a briefing before the city council meeting. And sorry, that was comments from the public. It's distracting. What was I going to say? I lost my train of thought.
The briefing.
Oh, so they do the briefing. So something like that, I think, is really helpful to get questions answered. I just don't want to also lock, you two are going to be Brown Acted on almost everything because you're setting the agenda together. And so it precludes you from discussing most topics with anyone else on the board, which is challenging and can really lock in how the agenda process is working. And so I want to be mindful about how do we address that?
And I think to that point, some of the conversation we've had is that if Charles or Bill, and it's gonna come up perhaps even this week, I don't know if it, but to do, if one of them isn't there, one of you subs in to do the agenda planning, just so you have that experience. I think that those kinds of issues will develop as Charles is here longer. I mean, right now, having a new board member in that discussion about agenda setting, I think will be really positive, because he needs to learn all these issues too.
But look, we have another, another option for that, is that sometimes have sort of more in-depth financial questions, and so I arrange a meeting with Rebecca.
Mhm.
Talk about it offline.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I think that they're, as long as they're available, and I just copy. I've gotten to the stage where I just copy the superintendent, and that's works.
Yeah. I think that gets to my question to you, I think, which was, is the value in being able to ask specific questions of staff members, or to, maybe potentially raise things for agenda setting, I think, which was, I think, the two different concerns, right? That I think is right. Like,
And I think we need opportunities for both.
yeah.
Right. And so one thing that I think was probably helpful, I don't know, I can't speak for staff, but was helpful for staff in being able to be a part of those conversations was, we could get some of the questions out of the way that would have been asked in the board meeting and have taken up more time. But it also, my philosophy is no surprises for staff. And I try to be very respectful of staff when they're presenting, and that if I have an issue with something or a concern, I'm going to let staff know ahead of time. It's not going to be a surprise. And then I'm going to approach it in the meeting. I would never seek to shame a staff member. And I assume that none of you would either, but I have seen that happen in past boards where someone has deliberately shamed a staff member who is presenting to the board. And I think that's very unprofessional and unethical. And so I think one of the other things about this conversation is that it means you can explore things that might be flags or concerns or issues, and figure out how to approach it together.
I think there's like a balance, right? I totally agree that the principle of not surprising staff during the meeting. I do want to make sure though that sometimes things pop into your head during the meeting where you're I want to make sure people don't feel like they have to kind of hold that in if they don't, right? That's, I think, a good norm for us that says try not to, but if there's something burning that you really kind of are thinking of during the meeting, don't hold it back.
I'm pretty sure you've seen me do that. So there are things that you just think of in the moment, but as much as possible.
I totally agree.
When you were kind of having those conversations in advance and getting some of the questions answered, I guess my concern is making sure that information then still gets incorporated into the public presentation, that the staff member is going to give later, because I think sometimes the value also of us asking questions, whether it's in the question is public has those questions too, and making sure that they know that we've thought of it. And
you can say things like, this is a question that many people in the public have asked me, and I want to make sure we answer it here.
Yeah.
Or this is a question that I wrote in. I want to call out the response that was shared from staff. I have seen people in the past do a practice where they ask a question they already know the answer to, but they do it for everyone to understand. But then it sometimes makes that trustee look like they don't know what's going on. So I think it's fine to say, this is something that the public brought.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, we're only meeting for the superintendent with the superintendent for an hour, right? So you don't have much opportunity to go into depth with the staff about issues, but what they're looking for, just what are you interested in? What have you heard from the public? How do you want to frame it? That's their presentation, so that they can provide you useful information. But if they don't, there's no time to go into the details of any of this, and they're not giving you a PowerPoint slide or anything like that. So But I think it helps to meet them, and it also helps to establish a direct relationship too, which we don't have that many opportunities.
Can I add a few other pieces for you to
Sure.
just consider? One is this idea of a secure place. I haven't seen that done in the district, but I think it's a great idea, where okay, here are the documents for a closed session. In closed session, we pass out these things and they, oh, come on, take it back. That's not efficient in the 21st century. And then to your point, we get back that. So we're going to try to the extent that we can, if there's something that, just needs action that night, we're going to do it. We're going to give it to you, and you're just going to have to make a decision, and we'll tell you, hey, here's what the document is. We'll give it to you on Tuesday if we can for the board agenda. And sometimes, personnel issues or something like that, you may need to act that night. The other part is, of this sort of equal access to information is I think we need, this goes back to how much information you get. And there's multi-layers to this, for me at least. One is you got to read your weekly. If you don't read your weekly, you're not in a good position to, talk. And our job as staff is to write the weeklies at the right level for you. So that if you have other questions, you can pick them up at the once a month meeting, but you're not having to read, 20, 30 pages of stuff. And I think that leads over to what's the right level for you to be having your conversation. What are the issues that are particularly important to you? Can you access the hyperlinks there? And if you want to jump in, they're there, but you're staying at the right level. And that's a conversation that we can have as we go forward. So thinking about, am I asking this question because I'm curious, and all of you are curious people about, what's going on in school in particular sections, but then am I staying at the right level? I think we do need to get disciplined about meeting every month. So knowing your schedule, for example, Anna, you mentioned 4:30 is sort of a good, about the right time for you to get here. Getting you on the calendar and working through that is really going to be important. I think some of you have more availability. You're sort of later in the day as well. So starting to think about that and communicating those and getting those on the calendar on a regular basis.
Should we work to maintain just like the actual WSD calendar that we have, right, for our availability and when these things are, right? Because I think that's a good way for.
I haven't found, well, past, I don't think everyone's has the same facility with the email account and the email calendars. Usually the administrative assistant, Nancy Valiava, has been the one who will schedule and then send calendar invites. She's the scheduler for the superintendent. So then she'll send you a calendar invite.
Because I know you can separate working hours and things like that and block off time that's available, which I find useful for my working life.
I think there are people who have that work style and skill, but I would not say that everyone on the board does, in my experience in the past, or even within the district itself. And so going through Nancy to schedule appointments.
To that point, I think if you can send me and Nancy right now, sort of, hey, here's when I'd like to do meetings. Here's what works best. Then we can start setting that up. Nancy knows what to ask you to meet, all that. Just make it a little bit clearer. One of the, your point, Devin, about sort of knowing what the public wants. That's one of the things that's why I'd like to have two people in agenda planning, if at all possible, because then you sort of hear, you've got another set of eyes on the agenda item. And, we're going to have to be careful I think for us, if we're doing this, to be careful that we don't get into the substance of the issue as much as, okay, what are the questions that are sort of positioning ourselves?
Yeah, by the way, I find it very useful when you have somebody in the room that Charles can talk, have ideas, and I'm thinking, and then I can follow up. it's not always, okay, here it is, right?
Yeah, that's the point. I'm very much in support of if like one of us is going to be absent, having like a redundancy there for other board members for agenda setting, because I think it's that second person is useful for going through that. So I think it's like, one, you get the redundancy of discussion as we were talking about, of like kind of what we're selecting. The other part is if one of those, the person who is going to be president is absent, right? Like we have someone who was there for agenda setting at the actual meeting, right?
The only issue is the Brown Act in that. So if it's this is where you run into, let's say there's an agenda item that's being brought for discussion one week and it's coming back for a vote another week. You have to be very mindful if we sub someone else into that conversation that there isn't a Brown Act violation in that discussion. And that's why I know boards who have had the pair for agenda setting, and I know many boards who don't because of the Brown Act issues.
This is always a balance we need to strike, I think. And so it's just, I really appreciate like reminding us to be mindful of those issues. And I think we should take that seriously.
And then are there other pieces here on the norms as you read through them that you have questions on or concerns or issues?
Can we talk about the school site visits and, and the kind of access to staff overall? So
Yeah.
in the time that I've been on the board, it's been very managed and structured. And I think my understanding was because there were incidents in the past before I was on the board where a trustee would show up at a school and yell at a staff member, or things like that were not positive experiences for anyone. And trustees, we have there's an ethical issue around my philosophy has been I do not ask staff to meet with me. Like I wouldn't go to a teacher and say, hey, do you want to meet? Because I am their boss's boss's boss, and there is a power dynamic there. Any teacher or staff person that asks me to meet with them, I will meet with them. I'm happy to do so. But there's this issue around kind of how to do it. And then we've never gone to school sites by ourselves. We've always gone with the superintendent or an administrator who's been kind of babysitting us. Even when we did the school site plans and we do interviews with principals, there's always a director from the district office who's a part of that meeting as well. It's never trustees alone. But then that can also mean that maybe people don't feel comfortable telling us things that they might tell us otherwise. And so there's some information issues there. And so Kevin, I don't know if you can speak more about your view on how we do go to school sites, how we do interact with staff, and how to approach that.
I think you hit on some of the issues. I think you've got to remember the power dynamics here, right? Both for just for the staff members and for the superintendent. Superintendents can get a lot. They know staff members who are going to be critical on what they're doing. They've got access to ground, or they're just unhappy, or whatever. So you've got to be able to sort of understand that piece. A good superintendent is not making everybody happy all the time, right? You're going to have staff members who don't like you, and so. But I think that just sort of where the organization is now, and what you've got new folks here, your curiosity and your interest in what's going on there sort of outweighs sort of worries about the feelings of the superintendent, frankly. So I think you got to communicate with the superintendent. If you have conversations there, that I think it's important, but you should, let the superintendent know. Last thing he wants is to walk in on a meeting that you're having with the principal, or, those kind of things, or see you at, get a report back that you're meeting with the director of personnel, and they met at a coffee shop and they hear about it from somebody else. It's just not a good feeling. So keep the superintendent informed, but I think ask, but I would hope that the superintendent would be supportive of any sort of conversation that you have there, right? Because our staff are going to be much more articulate about some of the important issues than the superintendent.
Yeah, so my experience has been there's no problem with talking to a principal and things like that. The actual principals would request where we come to just in talking, hey, we'll just run it by the superintendent first to make sure it's all right. It's sort of a courtesy to them too, so that they feel comfortable in following some procedure, right? And it sort of assures them we're not sort of going around a political, you know.
And I may be able to sort of give them some color on an issue. And if you're going to meet with them, you should probably say, hey, this is what I'm going to talk to you about, right? So that they can, be prepared for that or ask the right question.
And they're comfortable too. It's not like, okay, you're going to come in and start, talking about the superintendent or something and get really weird, right?
Yeah. Other thoughts on the specific?
I think we have a public comment on this topic. Oh, I should trust you, right? To go there. So, it's recorded, so you can hear, so they can hear. Yes, with these. You're on.
That's okay. The issue about communications, expressing own opinions, I got censured because I expressed my own opinions. And that was because there was this idea that there was a real ambiguity on what it constitutes saying that you're not the board representing the board. So I really hope you would change the board bylaw to put in specific wording. In other words, this is my own opinion. I am not speaking for the board, or this is my own opinion and I'm not speaking for the district. Put it where it belongs. Put it in writing, make it clear to everybody who's going to be asked to comment on what your view is. The second thing is visiting sites. I absolutely disagree with Trustee Conley because the last superintendent prohibited trustees from visiting school sites without having him or one of his direct reports trailing along. What that does, it prevents employees from talking to trustees that they trust in a one-to-one person manner. If your boss's boss is listening to what you're saying to a trustee, believe me, you censor yourself. And that is not what open oversight does. It doesn't say everything has to be filtered by a superintendent standing there listening to what you're talking to an employee about. You need to be using discretion on, this is a disgruntled employee. They're unhappy with every superintendent and every principal. The third thing is, I would agree with communicating with staff besides the superintendent. Both Conley and Lambert talked about talking to the chief financial officer. I did that on my previous time as the board, and it was a really good thing. I asked to go in and set up an appointment to talk to the chief business officer because the budget is extremely complicated. You are going to be buried in it, and not everybody needs to be an expert on every part of the budget because it's impossible. You don't get paid nearly a hundredth of what you should. You should be getting paid $300,000 a year if you want to know everything in the budget, not $3,000 a year. So that's one of the things that I think has always been done well. I would urge you to do that. But also you need to make sure that you don't put in your bylaws that the superintendent has to be with you when you visit. Thanks.
One thing I'd ask you to,
I was just gonna say, I don't think I'd expressed an opinion that we have to have a district office person with us. It's more asking, that's been the process in the past, what should we do going forward?
Yeah, one comment, I'd like to ask a question of Kevin here, is you have then on the other hand, be aware that folks can be intimidated by you, a topic for discussion. What exactly do you mean by that? Or, and where does that come from?
Well, it just, and I think this is true of the superintendent as well, right? When I call somebody up and say, hey, I'd like to meet with you, that even though I think I'm a really nice, accessible person, I'm still the superintendent. And so you just have to be aware. And some people don't understand that, and they don't understand that you don't hire and fire people, right? And, so there's all this sort of fear or, and this is something too about, your superintendent is, right, is that they have to be able to be okay with knowing that you're going to, somebody calls you up, says, hey, I don't like what the superintendent says. You should meet with that person, right? Because it may be that I am doing something wrong, or the superintendent is doing something wrong, and you should hear about that. And so it's a delicate piece here. You want to have that discussion, but I just want you to be aware of how powerful you are now. And it straights into another part, which is you don't have, this is true of the superintendent and the board member. Oh, I wonder if we should go to everybody doing the same thing on every day, right, in the classroom. If you say that, people will think that you are bringing this down from the top of the mountain, and that's what's going to happen. So your idle thoughts have a lot of weight in ways that, you need to just be conscious of.
So let me ask a question for a follow-up. Do you, listening to principals, want to get to know the trustees? Do they want to talk to them?
I don't think particularly.
That's fair enough.
So my take on it is, I know that in the past, there's been an expectation that the principals tune into the board meeting. I don't want them. They need to get sleep. They need to be rested. They need to be ready to go for your kids. I don't know, you'll find this true that you don't sleep well after a board meeting because there's so many emotional things that go on in it. And I just don't want our principals up to 11 o'clock at night and then have to go in and be home run hitters for our kids, right? So to the extent that we can, we should keep them out of the board, superintendent, the governance of the district, and have them focusing on providing learning for kids. So
I'm a bit curious. You've been, I was surprised, back on the board to see 50 people on Zoom calls, and a lot of them teachers and staff. And maybe that's clearly a Zoom phenomenon, because when I was previously, very few actually attended. So what happened there?
I think, I'm not the superintendent, so,
But you saw this
but I saw when we went, when COVID hit, and we went online, suddenly we had Zoom meetings. We had 900 people on Zoom, right? And this is, I know we've been through some challenging times lately, but I don't feel like we've been in the same spot of having to make really life and death decisions for employees and children and community. And so there was just a huge amount of interest. And I think staff started attending because there was so much interest in trying to understand what was going on and trying to communicate effectively and all be on the same page. But my impression is people had been required for the last few years to actually tune in. I think it came out, well, and Ms. Hausman, Shelley may be able to speak to this more than I did. The community updates that the superintendent was doing on Fridays. So we were in this cadence of board meeting on Thursday night, and then Friday morning, the trustees would go on a tour of a school site and could stay for lunch with staff. at the school site. And then there'd be a community update at like 3:30 in the afternoon. And staff were expected to be on the community update because when questions came up, it was an opportunity for kind of a free give and take, in theory, between the superintendent and the community. And he would often call on staff to respond to the questions. It might be about a school site. And so he'd ask the principal to respond. I think that's some of the thinking. I don't know behind why principals were asked to attend, but I don't know. And I have no problem with them not being there. I think it's really, it's the superintendent's, determination, not ours.
I don't think you want, I think you want to do the governance and let the folks do that. I don't think you want principals there.
Yeah.
Fine with that, that's the way that people.
Yeah, I wouldn't discourage them from watching if they're interested, but
Yeah.
I think, it's not required of them.
Are we going to continue with the scheduled school site visits, or are they done?
Well, I frankly, I just haven't had, it's like the Friday update, it just sort of, I didn't know the sort of piece about it or have any history, so I just sort of didn't do them. I would say that notwithstanding the people that come to the board meeting and write to us, most parents are not particularly interested in what's going on at the board level. They care about what's going on at their schools. And so we need to keep that in mind. And I think if we're doing our work and Shelley's doing her work, I don't think you need these broad interactions all the time with the community. I think you can send something out. The schools offer chances for folks to talk to their school, and that's really where they're interested in. So I think, Devin, you bring up an interesting point, which is a lot of stuff that I see still going on in the district feels like relics from the COVID time. And so breaking from that and sort of creating a different atmosphere, I think would be positive.
I think the only thing is I really miss getting to go onto campuses. Like,
Okay, right, okay.
like over the
So,
course of the year, we
yes,
got
I think that's right.
every school in the district, we got to hear from
Sorry,
principals.
I didn't sort of answer the right question, which is, I agree. I think that, to the extent that you can be at district functions, it's really good. So for example, a bunch of you showed up at the December holiday thing. That was and I got to introduce you. Those are the kinds of places where folks need to hear you, see you, and cheer for. So if there's a school, I don't know, like if in the these monthly breakfast things, or where they do a lot of honoring of kids and talking when parents show up. If you can make those kind of things, that's great. You're wandering into classrooms. I'm not as big a fan of that. I think that starts pushing you down to levels that you shouldn't be involved in. But seeing those things, being there for staff members. I'll just give you another example would be, we'll do something for Terry Lambert when she, in the next couple of weeks when she retires, showing up at that kind of thing, honoring folks when they leave, retirement events that you come to. Those are really important.
Yeah, just for the benefit of the new trustees, what Devin is talking about, these school site visits, is that sort of once a month, maybe more frequently, set up a meeting at a school, say Vargas, the principal would give a little presentation and then walk us around through different classrooms, and we'd see what was going on. Pizza lunch we brought in, and the teachers would come in, and it was, I agree, it was sort of not having a kid in school. It was useful to actually be on campus, see around. But the only downside to me was it was like lethal for the morning, just like
I think
almost for the day. It just wiped me.
I think we have one scheduled for next week.
I was gonna say, we
It's
have calendar invitations.
It's
for
still
those.
on the
And
calendar.
I was gonna say, I know just from like having separately done like League of Women Voters, we did a tour of the Castro Wellness Center. I thought it was like to have a vision of, because I've been on campus at some of the campuses during the day, but for a lot of them where I don't really even know what it looks like. I mean, I don't need to go in a classroom and watch somebody teach, but just the idea of kind of seeing what it looks like in operation, I actually really think that would be valuable to me. So when we're thinking about the roof on a covered walkway or something. I've seen it. And not just because I decided to go on Saturday and look. So I actually love to kind of.
Well, that's a good question. I mean, they are on our calendars and I'm ignoring them because.
I will also say, maybe we don't need to do as many of the superintendent check-in things on the Fridays, but I love that those continued because I think there are some parents, I know that there had been kind of a rotation of the superintendent coming to, one or two parent coffees on the campuses over the course of the year, but not everybody can come to an in-person parent coffee. So having the occasional kind of just casual Q&A, and it doesn't have to be that every staff member is there to answer random questions, but just even if it's like, because some of them were done in half an hour in the post-COVID time, but even if it's just, this was a question that somebody couldn't stay up for, people sometimes, and they had translation, and so maybe not as often as they had been on the calendar, but I think actually it's a really positive kind of casual way. And obviously, like, you don't have to squeeze one in before the end of January, but I think it's something kind of to keep in mind as.
Yeah. Also for me, usually some of the senior staff came along in those, and I enjoyed basically very informally just chatting with and getting to know the senior staff while we're walking.
Well, I think each of our schools is so unique and has its own issues. And I'm always very interested in, I'm a parent in the district. I'm very interested in hearing from parents and community members, but also there's finding those opportunities to hear from staff where they don't have to, like, a teacher doesn't have to formally ask to meet with me, but we can pop into their classroom and then they might lean over and say, like, hey, like, we're really struggling trying to figure this out, or like it allowed some of those informal opportunities for people to talk to us, or the lunches afterwards, but also to see, we have to make decisions, for example, about funding the literacy, the early literacy kind of strike force that we had, right? To see it in action and see how it worked and better understand that, I think was good for trustees. And that was part of the school site visits when we were at different school sites. So I would be very sad to lose those regularly scheduled tours.
Okay, so I'm leaving and I haven't had you do any of those.
That's okay.
I think this is something that when you do a reset, the new superintendent is going to have his own way. I think what I'm hearing is that there's a value in the board members feel to understand what's going on at the sites in really good ways. And those should be multiple, and you should be able to sort of, meet your curiosity. And I think that's really important. You've got each of you has varying abilities to do some of those things, right? Like Anna, it's going to be very hard for you to, you're going to get in trouble with your superintendent if you're missing a lot of days to do cafecitos or whatever.
Our spring breaks don't align, so I was actually hoping to reach out and see what we can fit in during the week that my kids are in school, but I am not. So there are opportunities like that, but I do like the idea of going onto campuses, and my relationship with my board members is a little bit different, where I feel free. So I will text them, hey, I have this quick question, or hey, can we meet up for coffee, or can you swing by my classroom? I'm trying this new thing that I want, I feel like it's getting this priority, but let me know what you feel. And I want our community to have that same kind of feeling and openness of, like, I want to invite them just to show them what's going on and not necessarily anything of it. I want them to get to know me and our community, where a principal is open, reaching out, saying, hey, whoever's available, swing by.
That's right. Okay. All right. Anything else on this?
Just on the first page here, one thing I'd like a brief discussion about board members communicating with our attorneys and advisors. And I think in the past, as just not being president, being on the board, some of these issues that come up in closed session, I've really wanted to delve into and get additional information. But I haven't reached out, and I just wondered what a suggested protocol is, and even if I'm getting additional information, that should really be communicated to the rest of the board, or even as board president, if I'm talking to an attorney that is, not presenting during closed session, on, matters that the rest of the board should know, how to sort of do that.
And there's a board bylaw. I think there's a board bylaw that touches on it, that says it's the president who can communicate with the legal team. But I mean,
I would think that's a good idea, first of all, just to have
yeah,
a conduit so we
conduit.
there's not cross information.
I think,
There's the bill issue too.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
well, there's fees, but then there's also like information. And I think one of the great challenges of the last however many months has been a lot of these bylaws focus on trusting your superintendent and going through them for everything. And frankly, it's going to be hard for me to ever trust a superintendent. Now, and so I would be interested if there's a way, if trustees do have questions that they can.
And maybe this would help is that, when I was on the board before, we were going through a transition. We were hiring a new superintendent, and facilitating the exit of a current superintendent. And when I was board president then, I was dealing directly with the attorneys a lot. One thing I think I tried to do, but I hope I did, was to make sure that whatever I was discussing with the attorneys, I discussed it with the rest of the board and got the board's approval
Oh,
to
yeah.
speak with the attorney on such and such a topic. Okay, so that I was truly representing the board and then would feedback. I would hope I could sort of model that kind of behavior.
Did you do that like in a special meeting, or how did you?
Yes, we had a lot of special meetings, a lot of closed sessions that were specifically about.
Yeah.
And so to try to get to model the bylaws, right, and say that, yes, I may be the president, but I'm just one board member. So whatever actions or things I do, I'm taking them on behalf of the board and with the direction of the entire board.
So to be clear, this would be like a formal action in closed session for you to discuss some topic.
Yes. And I also think that when talking, let's say, an attorney or an advisor, that they want that kind of
Well,
relationship. as well.
they know that it has to be board direction,
Yes.
right? So I agree. I also don't think that's different from what we've been doing, right? Because whenever the president has to interact with our legal team on behalf of the board, it's with direction from the board, right? I think maybe the best thing might be, especially as we're kind of still in this period, is maintaining in closed session the opportunity for the other trustees to get to ask the attorney questions.
Yeah.
I think that might be the most transparent way to kind of approach it, which we've been trying to do. But it's a challenge.
It all sort of, I think, to what you were saying initially, my former situation, we were an interim, so there really was no
Mhm.
superintendent. And when you have a superintendent, then usually the superintendent talks to the attorneys, and
Right.
then it gets filtered down. So to what extent,
Oh, so
does the board
you're
need to be on top of it as
you're
well?
thinking about when we have a more permanent superintendent.
I'm throwing that in there, yeah.
Okay.
It's,
Because I would say, I don't think I had hardly, as board president, I had hardly had any interaction with the legal team separately from our closed session meetings until we hit the point where things had to move very quickly this fall. And so then it was board giving direction and then me getting updates in the meantime until we came back. But yeah.
can I have some few thoughts? One is that you're going to be in the process of hiring a new superintendent, and that involves a contract, and that involves, those pieces. I was thinking about this last night, that you may want to appoint somebody to work with the search firm, and when it comes to it, with the attorney about the pieces of the contract, right? Sort of the detail, what can you put in there? What sort of safeguards do you want to put in? What's the language look like there? And CSBA has a model for a superintendent's contract that I think is pretty good, but there may be other particular things that you want to put in there. I can get that for you, or give you a superintendent's contract that is, sort of a model just for you to even be thinking about now, in terms of looking at that. In terms of sort of where do you call Bill versus the superintendent call? I think is a good question. And sometimes it might be both people on a conference call or something like that. But I think that if it involves operation of personnel, not the superintendent, then it should really be the superintendent who does the call. It might, I can't imagine, I don't know what yet, but I can see some scenarios where you want the board president in on that call. But in general, that would be the superintendent's call about, hey, we want to release this person, or, all those pieces, and the board would get involved. That makes sense? Yeah.
We really only have one employee.
Anyway, yeah, so as board president during this interim, I sort of count on you to make sure that, if you have questions you want answered, then let me know. I'll interact.
And then kind of finally on this page is the role of the president responding to the press. Thank you, Bill, for being board president and responding to the press. Oh, no. It is, I think, one of the more challenging and frightening aspects of being board president. And I do think we have a strong team to support you. So the superintendent and the public information officer in our team will always be there to support you in figuring out responses. Yeah.
Good. I'm very reticent about things, so I think I'm off to a good start. In general, I'm off to a good start. but yeah, I also, maybe this comes up in this topic, communication. Yeah, so maybe it comes up here as well. I think just a reminder that no matter where we go in Mountain View, we are known as trustees of the Mountain View Wisconsin School District. And I said this before, yet we know a lot about what's going on, and we will make presentations to the city and the commissions and things like that, and we should. It's just make really sure that we are make sure that you're representing yourself as an individual and not even come close to that your opinions represent the board or even your position as a trustee.
But to that point, I think, right, and I think it's in our code of conduct and what you were mentioning about site visits, and like you still need to make sure that you're conducting yourself with professionalism, and like your actions still reflect on the district and the board, even if you're in your personal capacity, right? Like I think that's like very clear. And I think that was, absolutely. Hopefully no one was going on site and yelling at people and things like that.
Yeah, well, yeah, hopefully everybody does that, whether or not they're an elected official.
Well, and I'll note, so Leadership Mountain View asked me to come and present and be on a panel next week, right? And so it's the same presentation I've given for the last, I don't know, few years. And before that, I just gave them a slideshow and they did it, but it's their education day. So all I talk about is like, here are the 3 different districts that serve. Here's how they're broken up. Here's what Prop 98 is. Here's what Prop 13 is. And then this year they have themes around housing and sustainability. And so they asked for information to be shared about our projects on those. So that's just like one slide each. I could send the slide presentation to you, Bill, or to the board if you would like.
Why don't you send it to me and I'll include it in a weekly so that
Oh, perfect.
it's in
Okay.
the same package.
Okay.
Can I say one more thing about the press? I think, and this is just my bias, and maybe it's because I just think it is that if you get a question and you think it's better for the superintendent to respond, you should send it here because I have more time and I'm sitting right next to Shelley. Then you've got, sort of the super, and then it doesn't get into this, or, perhaps, sort of, are you speaking for the board? Those kinds of issues don't.
So believe me, I will, any opportunity I can pass it along to you, I will give you the
Yeah,
option.
yeah, and so, well, sometime, not now, but we should talk about what are our expectations around what the board president does. How reasonable are those in terms of some of the things like responding to public comments or all those pieces, but not now. What if we take a 5-minute break?
Good. Okay, I guess we're on the next page here, communications. We talked about some of these things already.
Email seems like the next big piece.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, emails. I've received, by the way, a lot of questions about when a member of the public sends an email to, let's say, governance, well, almost any school district email, where does it go? Where does it get routed? Okay, is it just to the recipient, or there, who gets copied to, what happens to it afterwards? And it's just a matter of sort of privacy and knowing who you're sending information to. So, do you want to follow up with that, or?
I was just going to say, I think one of the real challenges is nothing actually is private unless it's specifically about a child. So our emails can be accessed by the superintendent, by the tech team. Anytime there's a public records request, they're just going to automatically pull from not just your emails, but any documents you have on the Google Drive as well. Information specific to children is private. Information regarding personnel is private. But I think I've been thinking about this a lot. If somebody truly wants to discuss something privately with a trustee, probably the best way to do so, that's the only actual private way, is to email that trustee directly at their, I'm mvwsd.org, and ask to have a conversation or a meeting.
So are you saying right now, if an email is sent to governance, this website here,
Even,
basically it goes to staff, it goes to.
I mean, if it's sent to governance team and it only goes to our email addresses, that still doesn't make it private, is what I'm saying.
I think maybe the issue
There's two
is
issues in your privacy, and who else?
yes, who gets these messages? So it says governance team, but who exactly is that? I know it was brought up where when you email trustees, you're CC'd, but that's not clear on the website. So if it was clear on the website, when you email this address, these are the people that will receive it, then there's a lot more transparency in, do I want to actually email that, or do I want to now individually put into my address the specific people that I want to receive it?
So maybe is it changing how it's described on the website so people know that, so that trustees at MVWSD.org says this sends emails to all of the trustees and the superintendent?
Well, that's one way. I recall on the board before too, it's a governance thing. If any trustee received an email, there was sort of a understanding that they would send it to superintendent and all other trustees.
Oh, really?
Yes. Well, that was before. I'm not
I was gonna say
suggesting,
that
I'm not
hasn't-
suggesting, but we've done it various ways.
I
Oh,
would
that's
not
interesting.
forward,
Yeah.
an individual email to me directly to other people without that person's consent. Even though it's a public record, like I don't feel like that's a good, like people are not sending it with the expectation that it's going to be forwarded on to any other people.
I ask, like if they,
Yeah.
so I had somebody write to me about the dress code at the middle schools and how it would be implemented. And I said, is it okay if I send your question to the superintendent and CC you? Because I think that's the person to answer the question. And they said, that's fine. But even, I just want you to
They're
know,
public
that the
records.
public, it's not even public records. The staff, our accounts are not private. So if somebody sends something to you and you're having a conversation with them individually, that does not mean that that's a private written conversation. And I think when I interact with parents,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
well, when I interact with parents who have, or let's say staff, I have had teachers approach me in the past about issues at their school site. And I will say they have, it might have been something as simple as saying, can I have a call with you? And then they're gonna share what's important. I guess it's just, I don't want people to have a false sense of security either when they're emailing you individually and
course.
saying things that they are worried. We have this idea of the public being able to know for transparency who can see their communication. And none of the communication to us is truly private, even if it's on our personal
Yeah, personal
email.
stuff is still, as long as, if it's business for the district, then it is a
It is
public record.
always a public
The que-
record.
the question I
And
have,
so
Do we
if-
have like a carve out for like a legitimate purpose, like a legitimate business purpose for reviewing someone's documents side, right? Like that, I
that,
think
that
is.
has happened.
Yeah,
I
I
know,
it
well, I
has,
know that,
but
I know that trustees' emails have been examined before.
Yeah, I think it's fine as long as policy wise, we're saying like, no, people can't just peer into documents, right? Like that would be a breach of individuals' privacy, right? Like you have to have a legitimate
Well, we
business
have
purpose for
cases
reviewing
where,
it.
you know, we suspect that somebody's, you know, getting porn on
Yeah.
their email, then we sometimes go in.
Yeah, but you need a legitimate purpose for
Yeah,
reviewing.
we don't just say, oh, I don't
There-
have to do today, I'm gonna look at Charles's emails.
I will
Right.
say, there have been issues where there was a concern that information was disclosed from closed session.
Yeah.
And so a trustee's emails were
Yeah,
reviewed by
Like,
staff,
yeah,
right?
I think these are, again, like, within the legitimate purpose carve out, like, it's not public in the sense that, like, I know you won't do this, Dr. Steely, but just like pull up all of your emails and say, like, what's Devin up to today, right? Like,
But in theory, no, but he has the power to do so.
I don't
And
think,
so
I think as a policy, we shouldn't allow the power without a, like,
I
business
just,
need, right?
there are lots of things that I think we've had policies about that the policy may or may not have been followed. And that is, I guess maybe I'm being overly anxious about this, but I don't feel like anything that comes to me I have control of or is truly private.
Right.
And I think the public needs to know that too, if they are concerned about being able to share opinions freely,
Yes.
I want them to know, and if they're concerned about it not reaching other staff members, I want the public to know that they should then ask the trustee for a meeting.
I think there's a balance to it. And I get Charles's point of, I wouldn't just forward someone's info. Like if I'm receiving information from people, yes, it's all public document, anybody can see it. But from my personal standpoint, I feel that consolidating that information and then passing it on without names attached because I don't feel that they're necessary is the route that I would go versus just, oh, yep, I received this, not my issue, forward immediately with all of their contact information, particularly if it's a staff member that may or may not want their information shared just yet. Maybe they do plan on going to a board meeting in the future and speaking, but maybe they have a couple questions they want answered ahead of time. Maybe we could also have a little disclosure at the bottom of our signature that says, this is not a private email address, and this is open for many people to see, just so it's clear in any communication we send that people know that anybody can see this. Yes, you're emailing just me, but this is open to anybody.
That also doesn't mean, I mean, I know lots of people have our personal contact information, and that's not the answer.
That's,
Right.
that's not
Those are
private
still-
either.
Like that doesn't, having that in my signature would not mean, please text me. Please don't text me because I don't want to have to go through my phone, like ask to meet or, I mean, I think it's a couple of things. Making it clear, when it's those kind of mailing list type things, this is going to trustees, goes to, have it on the website. In the past, I have always assumed that that souped one, probably that went to the superintendent and
Yeah,
Shelley and whoever
It
else.
just goes to the scheduler.
Oh.
And I think the superintendent can access it, but it really just goes to the administrative assistant.
So yeah, so I always figured, I mean, I knew for sure it was not like going directly to any, but yeah, making it clear who those go to. And then, but separately, like I think having it be clear if there is something that's sensitive, what the right route is, whether that's staff that needs to be able to tell somebody if something bad is happening, or they're raising a concern without thinking that somebody's going to look at it, or kind of, parents with things like kids with things like being as transparent as possible, but also making it clear what the right path is for something that's sensitive.
Well, and when staff have spoken with me about issues. Sometimes it's being like, okay, so who is your union representative at your school site? And are you communicating with them about it? And, there is a process that you have agency in through our union as well. I think a lot of what the board president has done in the past has been this kind of like shuffling, like figuring out who's the person who has the information that somebody, usually people are writing with, there's a request or a question in there somewhere, and who is the person who has the right information. And so often I've seen, not just when I was board president, but other board presidents as well, the response is, thank you so much for your feedback. Here is the staff person that may be best able to answer your questions. Trustee Wheeler just simply acknowledged emails, and I don't think did much beyond that. Just said, thank you very much for your feedback, and left it. And so, Bill, I don't know what you want your approach to be. The kind of the overarching norm we've had in the past, though, is that when something comes to the group email, the trustees, we do not respond individually. And that it is a communication that the board president responds to on behalf of the board, which is a little weird, but part of it is we don't want to respond. You don't want to never CC anyone who's trustees if you're responding, except if you're the board president.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people are saying too, is that privacy is a separate issue. I think everybody understands that, hey, when they send their emails in, distro, okay, it's not necessarily private. What people really want to know is if they're sending an email to whatever address it is, that's where it's going. And they want to know who that is, and there's not BCC things hidden under there.
Like trustees implies that it should be the
Yes.
trustees, right?
And if it's to an individual trustee, it's to an individual trustee and not to everybody else.
The only thing I don't want to do is confuse, like, I still want, so many people know that trustee's address.
Yeah.
I'm worried about changing it and not having that address anymore.
Let me offer some thoughts. I've been doing this since I've been a superintendent.
You've been doing this a long time.
Where I said trustees or board or ad or whatever, and copied myself on those communications. Because I think that most people who are out there in the public, the average person, they just want a problem solved. And you guys individually can't really solve that problem. Originally, I thought to change this name, but I think a better thing is to just say, if you'd like to email all the board members, here's the address. And by the way, that's also given to the superintendent and to the superintendent's assistant, Nancy, in this case. Because on all these things, we should be looking to solve problems and get people information, right? And you guys, you may not know who it is. You may not know any of the history on it, and we do. So, and the people who want to talk just to the trustees, they can just click through and just do your file. So to me, I don't want to use it. When we wrote this up, I thought change the email, but listening to folks on this, I think it's better to say, trustees with a disclaimer there.
Well, maybe this is a thing to ask an attorney. Do we have a retention policy of emails? How do we?
I don't know what it is, but we can find out. And then I know there's some legal.
And should we, right? And what is it?
And I think our policy, Shelley, you can answer this question better. Why didn't we have a lot going on? Yeah. And there's all kinds of reasons to make it shorter, and then there's all kinds of reasons.
And that's at the advice of an attorney.
There's some legal.
Public records. Yeah, public. Public.
Do we similarly have any audit controls for who is reviewing documents, right? Like peering into emails and things like that, right?
There's a confidential designation for certain employees, I believe.
we don't, and it's something to look at. Sean, you take a look.
Okay, that's
But then,
follow up, yeah. Okay.
like, Ms. Bauer's assistant, for example, is a confidential employee, so
Yeah.
you can review things within Ms. Bauer's.
Right.
Yeah, in this day and age, I think that's a really good thing to have a very clear and transparent email policy.
Yeah, like who looks at it?
Who looks at them, retention,
Yeah, okay.
basically email addresses and things like this.
Yeah.
This is, we're all under surveillance anyways, but, yeah.
Yeah,
At
okay,
least
so-
we are letting the public
so
know
we're
Yes.
not under,
what's going on.
Sounds good.
You used the term, what did you use the term?
Surveillance.
Surveillance. We're not. Um,
No, I don't want to give that. I mean, certainly, we have enough organizations that are doing that on our behalf anyway. So-
Yeah, so, okay, so, we will make that change on it and leave the trustees.
You can tell what I've been reading recently.
So let me just tell you a few other things. I think that, it's better off if the superintendent responds on behalf of the board, rather than have you do that. I've just seen how much you do that, and I just don't think it's manageable for you. And I don't think it's the best use of your time, because you're going to have to give a bland answer. And I think the answer could be, please be sure that the board has read this email, that, that I'm responding on behalf of the board, and that, they take your comments seriously. And the other part, we'll get to this later, is that, if it's directly on an agenda item that's coming up, including that in the packet or on the agenda, if they're received before 24 hours. So,
There's something different though between, there's public comments at trustee, at MVWSD.org versus trustees at MVWSD.org. So the public comment emails are different than the trustee ones. I don't want to conflate the two.
right, but I think
I
some
think that's what
people,
he said, yeah.
I think some people, at least since I've been here, if you look at the greening issue, we had a whole bunch of emails that went to trustees, and advocates are saying, hey, if you wanted to contact the board, use trustees at MVWSD as opposed to public comment.
Well, I guess in my mind, as somebody comment to things, like the difference to me is if I want trustees to know what I'm thinking, I want to email trustees at MVWS. And they can incorporate that into whatever questions they're gonna ask, and things like that. I wouldn't have expected that email to then, and I know it's always, you throw anything down, it can't be on the front of the Wall Street Journal, but I wouldn't have expected to be like, whereas if I sent it to public comments, where it says, send your public comment, I get that.
Okay, so then
Yes.
it needs to be
I agree with that.
in the same place, or very close to where the trustees' comment is.
If you want to submit a public comment for the meeting,
Agenda,
Yeah.
correct.
here, I think that makes sense. I think there would be a chilling effect if suddenly things that went to the trustees' email started getting published for the broader public. I don't think that would be a positive.
I think that's right. I think that's good.
And so basically, part of that is just encourage the public when they're sending things in, if it's addressing an agenda item, be clear.
Now,
put it in the agenda.
I'll note what city council does. If you look at, they will publish the communications on their site, but when they enter the next fiscal year, they archive it and you can't access those public comments anymore. So they don't keep them in perpetuity as part of the agenda materials. They only do it during that year.
Why?
Is there a purpose? Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why. It may be about server storage. I don't know or if it's, I'm not sure. But that is their process.
Because
They ask-
that's sort of interesting though, because
I've
it
gone
really
back-
is part of the public record.
I've
right?
gone back to look for things
I-
and can't, and they're gone. So
I would think that should be part of the public record, just like the public's oral statements are, right?
yeah,
At least in the immediate term, right? I think we're all relatively in agreement that publishing emails with public comment explicitly tagged should come with the agenda packet.
Well, so two things though. So for example, we have to submit our trustee questions by Tuesday at 4 p.m. because they need to be translated. Do we want public comments to be translated or not? And if so, that would change like when they had to come in by for there to be enough time to translate them posting. I think we have to go to staff and say, what is the cutoff for when the public comments that will be published can be submitted? I would like staff to tell me, is it 24 hours, 48 hours? What is the timeline that works? And then we have a question about translation.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I also, make it more complicated, I also like the way the city does it where they, several days before a meeting, they receive tranches of emails and then publish those
You just do it as a chain.
day, next day, right? And you know, it allows the public to sort of, hey, these are what the arguments are, and these, you know, I found them useful, actually.
We don't get that many emails to the public comments email address.
do folks know about it? Do we advertise
I
it very
don't
well?
think we
so, right?
advertise it
That's-
very well.
It's really just on the,
Like,
Yeah.
I think the city just says send it to the clerk with an agenda item attached, like the agenda item name in the type in the subject, and then it'll be attached as public comment, right? Like,
So maybe we need to, as you were saying, like more prominently feature that public comments email address, but also include if you email this within certain time period before the meeting, it will be published with the agenda materials.
Yeah, the city is very generous. It's amazing, right? Because they can do it 4 p.m. the day before. the
Well,
meeting. I'm not suggesting that.
I mean, the county board of supervisors, it has to be, it's basically, I think it's the Monday before, but I think it's at the beginning. It's almost 24 hours. And they say that if we can't guarantee that this is going to get to trustees or to the board of supervisors before the meeting if you send it after X and X time.
Let us work through this. because,
Okay. And it'll come back to us to be
Yeah,
updated.
yeah, yes. We have an agenda item on Thursday to talk a little bit about what comes out of this discussion. We may not get to it all, but we'll try to, prepare sort of, okay, here's some of the agreements. It'll be a chance for you to sort of see what happens here, and then go through it. But this is gonna take some time. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you want it to just immediately go on the website, but it's gonna take us some time to do that. And, that this is gonna be done in the superintendent's office, which right now is inundated with public records requests. So anyway, can I just bring up a couple of other ones?
Yep.
So what I'm hearing is that, I think I'm hearing is that we should prominently display that public comments at address, that we should make some sort of include on the website that, hey, if you send it to trustees at this, it goes to the superintendent and the superintendent's secretary, that if you get individual emails that, and you want to know, and it feels like something that the district should handle, that you go back to that person and say, hey, you sent me this email. Do you mind if I forward this to your concerns on the superintendent so they can have somebody address your concerns? I don't really want you getting involved, like somebody says they got a bullying issue at a school, right? And they're emotional. They want somebody to take care of it. You jumping into that is not a good idea, because if you do, you sort of lost your ability, if this thing gets bigger, to be involved. So like often I'll have personnel issues with a principal and not often, but with a teacher and a principal, and they'll copy me on it. I try very hard not to respond to those issues. I might say this, and hey, or the principal solve this, but then keep me informed. But if I get in there, then I've lost my ability to be an honest broker in the discussion going forward. Similarly, if you get involved in it, then you sort of lost your ability there. So, just be conscious of how emotionally involved you get in there, right? So anyway, I'll just say that. But I do think we see it as voting, solving a problem. You really need to let us know, right? And so that's going to be my criteria. we're jumping into some of the communications we get, right? People get angry about what's going on at school, say, oh, I'm getting the board. Well, that works, but you meet twice a month, and sometimes you meet once a month, and they want action now. And so I don't think we want to leave that trustees piece, and all of you are thinking, who's telling Skelly? Or, who's going through that? The other sort of question is, and I've done this, and I don't know how it works, is sometimes somebody will send me an email, and it involves something, and they copied you, but I don't really want this sort of mass back and forth with you guys in the conversation. Well, so what's an example? Maybe this bullying case is an example. I don't really want I want to be in dialogue with that person, but I don't really want you guys in that dialogue, right? Because it takes you away from being able to then go back and be involved in it. So what I've often done is say, I'm responding on behalf of, thank you for sending the email. The board is aware of this issue, and I promise I'll keep them informed. Staff will work on this issue because, board and staff take bullying issues seriously. And, and I'd like for you to talk to me, or I'm going to talk to the principal, make sure they get answers, or whatever it is. The reason I do that is I don't want you to be too involved in the back and forth there, unless you have to, right? It's an operational issue. But I might BCC you on that first communication that says, hey, look, don't worry, it's being handled by staff, and you don't have to sort of get involved at that. Does that make sense?
It does. The only thing is, I do think the board president should still send some sort of acknowledgement. It doesn't mean you're the problem solver on everything, but people write to the trustees as their public representatives, and they need to know that they've been heard. And so you could just have your standard that you cut and paste in and send, and then leave the rest to.
That's actually a good point. I like the point about public representatives.
I mean, they are like we.
I would love to delegate to
Yeah.
the superintendent, but
Even if it's just an acknowledgement.
Yeah.
I agree that the acknowledgement is important. We've heard you. We appreciate your thoughts. It will be handled by these people. It's a short, and it could be something that is just standard that's sent out, but to know that they're not just emailing into the void, I think
Okay.
is something.
Yeah,
Maybe you could
I'm
follow up in more detail,
trying to protect
Philip.
your time. You'll have to weigh in on that, and
Yeah.
we
Well-
sort of know the parameters of your email, and I think that's fine. So that's one level. The other level is sort of so I'm just using it because it's most recent, is the greening issue, where we got lots of emails about, hey, you guys need to do this, blah, blah, blah. Do you want to respond to those, or do you want staff, probably Nancy, to respond saying, hey, I'm responding on behalf of the district on this topic. The board reads your emails, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I'm not jumping up and down, but I agree with both of you that the board is the elected representatives. Needs to make some kind of.
Okay, so you want to do those.
I don't want to, but yes, it's the right thing to do.
Okay.
And by the way, I've lived through the opening of Marcus, and we literally received, I would spend 2 hours, saying, thank you for 200 or more emails.
And I think a lot of those emails are meant as public comments. I don't know. That's my read of
Those are public comments,
right? Like, and those are things that would be attached to the agenda. And I think people knowing that that's coming through is useful.
I wonder then, maybe you include, when appropriate, Bill, in your response, if you would like this to be included in the public comments shared for the board meeting or in the board materials, you can send your email to publiccomments@mvwsd.org as well.
That's an interesting thought.
Because
I'm thinking about the city because it's very clear, they make it very clear on their agenda. If you want to send a written comment on, this is the address, I think that's actually
This is the format
right
that
thing
you
to
do,
do,
right?
in the right format.
And I think it would be perfect for something that goes through public comments at, for Nancy to reply, say, this will be posted, like.
Yeah, we don't respond to the public comments
Right,
at
so
first.
that's-
But you
that's
don't get it
different.
until the
We don't
meeting.
even get it until.
No,
That would,
get it.
Forwarding.
that would filter out a lot of things, right?
Yeah, if it's, and so if it's more, but I think, yeah, but I agree with everybody on, if somebody has sent a communication to, that they are wanting to communicate to the five of us, to trustees at MVWSD, that it's appropriate for you to respond to that.
Yeah, is apart from and distinguish between public comments with a separate kind of website
Yeah,
address.
and just, yeah, if you want to submit this as a public comment, you can do it here. But the trustees, we have read and truly appreciate your communication.
Yeah.
You know,
I think it also like is respectful of people's time in that like, if they want to comment on the issue, they don't have to, come around to the meeting time and take the time to do that. If they want to, they still can, but they can submit their comments in advance and,
But
do
I,
important things in their life.
in a really huge, I think, publishing the written comments is useful because then people in the community get to know who, and they can communicate with
It
each
gives,
other.
it gives a fuller picture of sentiment around an issue. And what
I
people are
think
feeling.
we may have to question though, do we include their contact information in the public comments when it's published? Right, so then if it has to be edited, it's gonna take more time for
think it's-
staff to do.
I think it's usually redacted, right? Like in city council.
I know,
things like
but
that,
that's gonna take staff time.
Yeah.
But
right?
I think the value of it is,
I don't disagree. I'm just trying to think through
Yeah.
how complicated it's gonna be.
Mhm.
Because we're asking, this is a good, but big change.
Yep.
You all have seen some public comments come through at the last meeting, but during COVID, I mean, I think I was president during 2021, and I was basically attached to my computer for months, trying to respond to very, very scared people. And holding space for that. I think as a board, we also have to hold space for what people feel and how they're navigating things. So it's hard. But it's worthwhile, and thank you for doing it.
Okay, so I still, let me go back to the bullying case. I think it's important that the board respond. You're convinced me on that, but I also think that as superintendent, I need to work those issues hard, and make sure that we're responsive.
Yeah, the board I acknowledge, but you do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Shelley,
And we don't need to see all your back and forth comments.
That's right, okay.
Okay.
Right.
So-
Unless it's appropriate.
So, Shelley, as you think about this, what's your reaction to this? Not to put you on the spot, you say, I don't.
No, I think it's all really good stuff.
Yeah.
So I think we need to develop either at all.
By the way, I think another good thing the city does too is, they really want you to put down that you live in Mountain View. In our case, it helps to have what school you're with, just so to frame.
And we also, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Like I think other districts and other places do things that we can learn from and kind of.
We respect privacy. We don't distribute emails. We don't distribute addresses.
Okay, can we go back to, go ahead.
I going to have board members kind of communicate in the email piece and the acknowledgement. So we're all in agreement that the board president will be the one to send that. Thank you. We hear you. I think it's important for the public to know that so that they don't feel that the other ones aren't reading or seeing, that it's just for efficiency. We have chosen one person to send this communication out.
And it's also Brown Act. So like, it's not just efficiency, we don't really get to comment on, I think that's one of the hardest things as board president too. You're responding and people want you to weigh in and you can't comment. You can't say your opinion about something, but also that's part of why the board president responds on behalf of the board instead of different trustees doing it, is so that we don't get into a Brown Act issue.
I'm not sure if that's specifically Brown Act, but
Right.
just general, like public servant, you do want to make sure that you're letting folks know that you are going to be a fair, like, decider when it comes up to you later, and the thing that you haven't, like, already made up your mind, and you want to think through this in a public discussion, right? Like, so I think that's,
Absolutely,
Yeah.
but you can't share your opinion about something under our purview with the whole board outside of the board.
yes,
Correct,
yeah, yeah,
but
yeah,
it's
not-
the
you should
acknowledgement
direct to
of,
that person.
right, thank you for bringing up those points. I appreciate your standpoint. That's it. There's no discussion. It's just a matter of, you gave me a lot of information, some of it I've not thought about. Thank you for that.
I think the challenge is people don't find that satisfying as a response because they do want more of a response.
You
And so
can-
that's,
You can respond like individually to people when they ask questions about things. You can express an opinion, but again, you have to be careful about whether you are, in the future going to be viewed as a fair arbiter of an issue that's coming up, right? And
I would
keeping an
also
open
say,
mind.
we have had instances, I mean, because of public records requests, I would caution you about putting your opinion in a written email, even directly from your own email address, not CCing other trustees. Because public records requests can disclose all of that, and the board might not have discussed it, or whoever you send it to, you are a trustee, they're gonna share that. Like, I assume anything I write in response to someone could be shared publicly. And so, again, with Brown Act compliance, it's very, very challenging, but it limits, even in conversation. This is where I wish we were going to have Brown Act training sooner rather than later. Even in our conversations with members of the public, you can create a spoken wheel. So it's not just the email issue, but it's like conversations with people where if you haven't expressed an opinion about anything under our purview, and then they talk to two more board members and get their opinions, then we have violated Brown Act. Like,
I'm not sure.
well,
Only
if they share
with
it,
those people. Only if they say like, Charles
know.
says he's gonna vote X, what
But-
are you gonna do, right? Like, that's a Brown Act.
is there
But no, if
anyone
there's
that you
some-
trust who's gonna get opinions from all 5 people and not say, well, what I've heard from 2 other trustees is this? They might not even say the person, they might say, well, another trustee told me this,
So-
another
so-
trustee said that.
so, Devin, I think we do need this training, and we're getting into some fine points here, but I don't think that, look, everybody campaigns on what they're gonna do when they become a trustee. And if they go out and they say, I haven't heard the board presentation, but I'm inclined to vote no, or I'm inclined to vote yes. I think, I'll have to look at that, but you're not making,
I would never say that
yeah,
publicly,
but I don't know
Unless
that,
I've stated
I
it.
know that people can,
unless I've stated it in a public. So the good thing is what I appreciate is once we've said something in a public meeting, I can repeat what I've said in the meeting.
okay,
And that gives you a lot of flexibility on topics we've already discussed publicly. But I would never tell somebody how I'm going to vote on something ahead of time.
I wouldn't tell them either, but I would say, these are some of the arguments I find persuasive, or, this is, these are, I'm concerned about X or Y or Z. I want to hear what staff has to say.
But
I
yeah,
don't think, I don't think the public wants us to, I can't really opine on this at all without, then they feel frustrated.
Right, and there's also there's me feeling fear that I can't talk or say or do anything ahead of a meeting, which to me is counterproductive because I want to receive feedback from all the different stakeholders prior to coming into a meeting and then having the discussion and then getting more feedback prior to making the decision. And I don't want to feel like, oh, I read something, but now I can't respond or ask questions or have anything to do with that until it's discussed in the meeting.
yeah, I think there's a balance.
Yeah.
And so I'm not saying don't respond or engage. I'm saying be very careful about what you write in that email in response.
I think in general, as public officials, we always need to be careful about what we're writing, what we're saying in public, right? As I said before, like, even if we're talking in our personal capacity, we're still associated with the district, representative of the district, so we have to be
Always.
professional. And even if it's like, an off the cuff thing that we're saying, we can interpret it that way. So I think that's really, really important to hold. I do, to Hannah's point, make sure we're not so conservative when we say that we don't actually engage on topics with people or hear people and make them feel like they're being heard. I think the balance of that can be striking.
There's there's the being heard, and you can totally hear what they're saying and ask questions and say, that's a great point. I would really take that into consideration versus, yeah, we're decided, I'm voting no on this, right? Like that's, and really, and laying it out there as really what your existing thoughts are, because you're going to get more information, you're going to continue, and might not ultimately be information. And I think there was a trustee from another district at the conference that said basically what you just said of like, I think that she doesn't, that she does definitely talk to people, but that she doesn't share her opinions and thoughts kind of that, even in that kind of one-on-one, she hasn't otherwise shared publicly. Like as a, if it's something that, the things that are kind of have been in public discussion in the meeting that she had already said, like she might kind of, if somebody's talking to her, but otherwise more hearing than.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree with Kevin that the idea of saying like, well, I share some of those concerns, or like, here's different arguments. And even sometimes people come to me with an issue and I'll say, well, here's one argument I've heard. What do you think about that? Here's another argument I've heard. What do you think about that? But at the end of the day, I also always encourage people to write to all of the trustees, because if you're having a one-on-one conversation with somebody, you can move forward in your thinking. But if, we can get from point A to B in a school board meeting through our discussion. But if members of the community are writing in to communicate with us ahead of time, we can get from point C to D, because we've seen all the different arguments and had the chance to process that conversation before we come to the dais.
And then I think this goes back to your earlier point, Bill, about giving us the time across multiple meetings to have discussion first, evaluate stuff, then an action in a subsequent meeting gives us time to digest those arguments and kind of process it. And we can do it in a public setting amongst all of us, right? Like that's
the normal format.
Yeah.
That's our normal
Yeah.
format.
You rarely hear politicians or public officials say, you know what? I listened to these arguments and I actually changed my mind on it, right? And so I think you're best off, and it'll help you on the Brown Act, I think, to not be positioned, right? To say, look, I'm going to go up there and I'm going to continue to listen to you and other people on this issue. Here are some of my thoughts, but I haven't made up my mind because we haven't finished our discussion, and I may tell the board I want another meeting to do this.
I think what the public expects of us, right, is to be a deliberative body that are weighing issues, discussing them amongst ourselves, and then kind of laying out our thought process, how we got there to the final decision that we make. Even if they don't agree with it at the end, I think like it's helpful for them to know that we were thoughtful about it and took the time to weigh the options.
And I will say something that we've had as a practice on our board that I think is very healthy is that if you're ever going to vote no on something, you explain why. So I think in our last meeting, we got a little, it got a little tricky and not everybody got to give that explanation. But I think that's super important for the public, that if you're going to take a no vote on a position, it is your due diligence to explain to the public why.
Related thought that I think I thought of earlier, but in thinking about that kind of cadence of a lot of things having a one-time discussion and one time as an action item, there were some things kind of last school year. I was rewatching the board meeting that I realized that came up as one time as a discussion item and came a second time as an action item, but that action item was on consent. And so I think it's important, even in that time when we're going to take a vote, that, I mean, unless it truly is like
The discussion was
truly is like a very routine thing that goes on consent, but other things we're taking a vote, and especially we might be voting, might be, but like but we've had that discussion again before we take that vote, because I think that in those 2 weeks, you might have other questions that have come up, other thoughts that you want to share about why you're voting a certain way. And that's where like there is again that opportunity, like if it's really like we're not able to vote yet, we can punt it to have it come back even again. But I think it's important, even if it's a quick discussion, that there's some opportunity for, on a thing that's big enough.
Yeah,
I think that's why you can pull things from consent too, though, right?
yeah.
So sometimes we just get so much piled up on a meeting agenda, that things get put on consent that we had previously discussed. Usually in that discussion, we ask, is it okay if this comes back on consent next time?
Yeah.
And yes, people's opinions may change in that 2 weeks in between. So then pull it from consent, have that discussion. But I think it's good practice if it's going to come back on consent instead of as an action item, that be disclosed when we're having the discussion item. So a good example might be the vendor approval process. We had that for discussion twice, and then we had it come back on consent.
I just say that I think there's, when it comes up the second time around, some things are appropriate to put in consent, some things we
Yes.
might put on for further discussion.
Yes.
To give everybody and the public an opportunity.
Yeah, I feel like
So that's an agenda setting.
I feel like this, yeah, like setting the agenda with putting something coming back on consent is like, okay, it's probably rare-ish, but like if everyone's in agreement during discussion, we're like, oh, this is great, you crafted a great thing, let's get it done. Like that can come back on consent, it feels like. But otherwise, like if you have some fine tuning and we have
You
concerns,
guys will figure that out in the agenda setting
Yeah.
meeting. There are going to be things like LCAT, for example, or there's a fair amount of kind of procedural stuff we have to work through that you'll feel fine with being on consent. But again, you can always pull
anyone-
something
yeah,
from consent.
anyone should feel free to pull things from
Always,
consent. if
that,
it's-
like, that is why it exists.
Yeah, but I do like that general idea of if it was something that like, oh yeah, for sure, put it on the consent. But if it's anything that required lots of discussion and it was, highly emailed about via the public, even in the second, it should be something that's on an action item and not consent.
So could we take a break and ask for comments from the public?
Oh, sure.
This topic?
You mean not a time break, you just want to give this.
Break from our discussion,
Yeah.
right? And give it, so we can
Somebody
move
else's
on.
perspective.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I forgot to do that. Yeah, I'm former trustee Stephen Nelson. Oh, is that mine? I have to make sure to get that back. Yeah, I wrote to you on Wednesday on these items, and one of the things I should recommend is, I'd agree with Trustee Conley. She was saying you really can't delay that Brown Act stuff because I don't think new trustee Reed quite understands. She really can't do it the way she's doing it. She sent me something about how we did who gets food, right? And she sent it to me on her campaign thing, and I sent it back to her on her. My simple answer is that we usually had cheap sandwiches, and I sent it back to her on her official Mountain View Westman School District one, because that's the way it should be. And Conley is right. Make sure you don't do stuff that isn't going to be disclosed on there. And if you do it in writing on your personal email account, it costs the city of San Jose $500,000 to the ACLU because our current House member did a whole bunch of official city discussions on many of his private email accounts. So just don't do it. She's right when she's warning you about that. Pay attention to her. And Ellen Wheeler always would copy stuff that was sent to her private thing to her public one. And she, the issue of if you delete somebody's, contact information, that's one thing. If you delete who they are, well, I'm not quite sure you should do that because the city of Menlo Park and Mountain View both have good examples of how to do that. So that's why Brown Act training is really important, particularly on that issue, that you get it right from the beginning, because me and a lot of other people who are doing public records acts are going to come after you, your private accounts, your private emails. What else did I see? That was the main thing. You can modify what the previous board wanted because you're the board. And best practices, things like tort claims, those are disclosable. A tort claim against you is disclosable. Whoever it came from, whatever they're saying you owe them money for, we're going to That is a disclosable thing, even though it has to do with legal. Threatened legal actions that the superintendent has made copies of and written something in, that is a disclosable communication. When I say I'm going to take you to court if you don't do blah, 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 that's a disclosable threat. Because, you know, I've sued this district and won a settlement on a Brown Act issue. This was one Trustee Conley didn't think I was very serious about, and she didn't follow up on when the same item came up in the board, doing it the same way, keeping something private. My time's up. Thank you.
And I just it just reminds me, I think, Lisa, you and Anna should shut down your campaign emails and start putting, and just sort of, or put an auto response that says, hey, if this has to do with district business, please send it to this, just on that point.
All I get on that email now is the random things that go to let me improve your SEO on your website. So
Oh, really?
Yes,
that one-
I
it
think
won't-
that
it's-
because there was a little lag in our trustee emails being, people started emailing all of our email addresses. So I was being CC'd on all personal and campaign. And so it's all on the phone, on the mobile. And so it's whatever pops up first is what you respond with on the address.
That's my problem.
Yeah, so now it's like, now it's just deleting those accounts from devices so that it doesn't auto.
I recommend getting a specific device for district business.
Yes, which is something that I was, yes, looking into. I know that other people have started that to avoid that blank, what pops up.
I have that as well. I have a separate laptop, but my issues are I'm not a Google person. And so my brain has to switch from, one to another.
Okay, can we move on? We're almost done with
Well-
this section, I think.
I was gonna say there's Facebook commenting and mailing list commenting too. I just wanted to touch on that before we move on. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So on Facebook, we had one member for a while who was very prolific on Facebook while they were on the board. And one of the challenges is the Brown Act applies on Facebook too. So even if somebody, let's say one of us posted about district business on Facebook in a community forum, for example, and automatically that's a public record. And then another trustee liked or commented on it, you can end up having a Brown Act violation. So for the most part, we've all tried to stay off Facebook. If anyone does anything, I would expect it to be the board president providing information. And I don't think Trustee Lambert is inclined to do so. But I also, there's some email lists, right? If you comment in those email lists, even from your personal address, that's automatically a public record. And so I have tried not to comment on any of those, but there have been a couple of times where I was personally attacked and I did respond, not weighing on anything under district purview. And those are public records. So that's just something to be mindful of. It's so frustrating to feel like here you're supposed to be this public representative, and yet you have to curtail so much of your public speech. And it's all gets funneled into these meetings. And I know, Charles, you're doing a newsletter, for example, which I think Councilmember Ramirez does a newsletter as well. It's just really challenging, so.
Okay, this next one, I refuting or modifying previous board decisions. Look, we got a new president and a new Senate and a new House, and they're gonna change a lot of stuff. I think you should, times are different now. You've got different pressures on you. We're not the Supreme Court, but you shouldn't just blow up everything that goes, and I don't think you're inclined to do this, but I think you need to be thoughtful about okay, yes, the board made a decision and they had spent a lot of time on something, but that doesn't mean that the facts on the ground are not different now, and you may want to change them. I just want to, I don't know if we need to go to that, discuss that much, but I think you should talk about it.
I think it's generally right. Like we're balancing giving consistent direction to staff, they're working on things, and also still reflecting what our needs are now, right? And I think just the core bit that we're talking about is being thoughtful about this. If we want to revisit a major decision, we agendize a study session or something for us to talk through. If we have concerns about something, we can try to agendize it, but just really like deliberating, like again, we're a deliberative body, we're here to discuss and weigh the issues. I think it's a great thing for us to do. That's why I think the end part about doing it like not capriciously is I think the important part of really being thoughtful about it.
Well, I would say board meetings are public, right? Like that's the whole point. It's a wonderful way to inform the public. It's a wonderful way to also get information. And so something that I've seen over years, and Bill, you've probably seen this too, is one of the challenges of being on a school board is people move through. So who's paying attention and who's engaged in the board meetings changes over time. And people may, become more engaged when their children enter the district, but not know about a process or things that have come before or how decisions ended up where they were. And that can be really challenging as a board. There are some things, there's not many, but there's some things that require a supermajority to change. I don't think that would be a true challenge, but it was mostly the Measure T spending was around, we set a supermajority of 4 to change Measure T priorities. Is that correct, Shelley? So that's the only one where you need a vote of 4 to, I don't think anything else requires that. But half the time it's about just informing, new trustees, but also informing the public about just all the different things that went into a decision. I'm thinking of like the literacy.
But you bring up a point too, is that there actually are, like Measure G, and there's master facilities plans. There's these big long-term
Strategic plan.
that are in place, and those doesn't mean they can't be changed, but they need to be respected. But before they're respected, they need to be communicated.
Yes.
So especially, I'm vaguely familiar with some of these. You're more familiar with some, but there's some that have been put in place before you joined the board. So to provide a mechanism where especially the new board members can become familiar with those and understand the cadence, when are those going to run out? When are the new ones are going to be put in place? I think that's an onboarding kind of issue that, we should not immediately, but at sometime have study sessions. And it would help the community as well as understand why why are we doing things that they are.
I definitely agree. And I think when we have a new superintendent come in, new superintendents like to do whole new strategic plans. And, so I think we're looking at next year, there's going to be a significant amount of change. So how much we want to, I don't know well, interim superintendents, my understanding is kind of steady the boat, but don't necessarily start whole new strategic initiatives.
I think the lens you want is, how do I get the district in a really good place for the next season?
Yeah. And then I'll direct you to board bylaws. This is one of the more interesting board bylaws. It talks about, I think it's under conduct or role of the board, and Bill, you'll, that once a decision is made by the board, even if you weren't a part of the majority vote, that the board moves on and supports that decision afterwards, which is a weird bylaw. I'm thinking a good example is the monolithic fencing. I was the no vote on the final design, but the majority of the board voted in a certain direction. And so my job is not to keep tearing down that decision afterwards, but to support the decision of our group and the consensus that was reached as we move forward with that project. And that's a very challenging, I've seen some trustees really struggle with that, that they voted against something and then just never followed that bylaw.
I think what the interesting question is okay, certainly when you're a voting member of that board, that makes sense, but when you're haven't been
Well,
on that
fair.
board and
Absolutely
voted
fair.
for it,
Yeah.
that's different. To me, that's a very different situation.
I agree. It's going to be things that we vote on together that if you're not in the majority, what do you do afterwards? How do you behave around that issue?
Yeah, I think that's where Charles was coming about, is that you respect it, you can act capriciously, right? But you have to, as an elected official, you have to use your independence.
Yeah, can I say, I was in the San Mateo, district, we had discussions like this, and they were ferocious, and they were, two of the board members used to drive in together, and they would often be on opposite sides on an issue. And at the end of the vote, one of them would say, well, I lost this vote, but Greg, I still want you to give me a ride home. And this is sort of the way democracy works. And even though I disagree, I'm going to be, we're still going to be friends, and we're going to, because we live in such a polarized time that you guys really are an example. And the more you can do that, it just sends a really good message about not only how you do business, other governing organizations, and then how we do business within the district. If you guys are up there fighting all the time, then the union feels like, well, and then they feel like it just sort of creates this energy that's just not good. So anyway, should we take a break?
Yeah.
5 minutes?
5 minutes is fine before we go on to board agenda and board meetings.
Okay.
Which I think we've covered a lot of that, but. next section here is on board agenda and board meetings. We've talked about many of these things. I think a couple of probably might as well just start off with one that we've received a lot of comments on, and it's I think a super challenge to manage is public comments. And I fully recognize, and one of the purposes of these board meetings is to allow the opportunity for the public to comment on agenda items. So that's an essential, in my opinion, essential purpose of this. We've had, public has had the opportunity to comment during the Zoom meetings online, and I think I'd like to discuss that and how we can manage that. So
I think John's recommendations were good in that just changing the structure of how the meeting is set up in the settings so that people can't change their name or unmute themselves or do things themselves. Everything has to be done with a host, and having minimal people who are host or co-host so that it's really confined to a couple of people who have control settings. I think that would be really helpful to prevent that kind of thing in the future.
yeah, but to still have online comments.
I think that's the way to allow for online comments without having interruptions like what happened at the last meeting. I feel that it's just for the majority of the public who can't be here and wait until public comments come up. It's a way for us to receive them.
My understanding though is that we already had in place, people weren't allowed to unmute themselves. People certainly weren't allowed to screen share. And we don't understand how this person was able to share. Did they screen share or was it their icon? They took over screen sharing, even though they weren't allowed to within the settings of the meeting. I don't know what, it's above my pay grade to understand how somebody hacked that, but it wasn't just a simple, oh, we didn't have the right settings in place.
Okay, so I'd like to sort of break this into two parts. One is, to prevent Zoom bombing, and I think that's a technical issue, and I'm sure it can be resolved. The second issue is just having public comments on Zoom as opposed to in public,
In person.
as a mechanism to sort of manage our meetings. And yeah.
And so it just, other people may have more information about what other districts and bodies are doing. It looked to me like city council still allows Zoom comments, right? But I think Los Altos School District, I believe, does not. And I know, it's a holdover from whole meeting being on Zoom. I think I personally, I very much value it when I can look somebody in the eye and hear their comment. But I will say, I have personally at some, hired a babysitter to be able to come to a board meeting in the past. I do like the inclusivity of having another way to get your comment out there. We're talking about making more use of the public comments at email. So kind of some of my initial thoughts. But
I agree with the inclusivity piece is not everybody has the means to hire a babysitter to be able to come here and wait hours. And we've had instances where people have come and the time for comment goes beyond when they can stay, and then they have to leave, and then they weren't able to make their comment, but then they show up online. So I see a lot of benefit in continuing to allow the Zoom commenting.
Yeah, I think, you know, not, as probably one of the like silver linings of like the dark cloud of COVID was letting people have more access to public meetings and things like that. I do actually value the accessibility and like inclusivity of online commenting. I think potentially, I do have the ongoing concern that public comment at our meetings is often the last, like probably the worst time for affecting change in a decision and how we want to do it. And I want to, I think we can balance the conduct of the meetings and have them go like, more efficiently if people feel like they are able to kind of be part of the process earlier. I don't, people are still going to show up and fill the room at city council and do that even with the Zoom commenting. I think, I don't know, I think I still err on the side of having more transparency on that. But that's my just the general vibe on this. It's like more opportunities for people to comment. And I do like the attaching the email. I think might also take some of the pressure off people to even be doing like online comments if they feel like they could be heard and feel like that. So we might see a downtick in kind of like the number of Zoom commenters. Do we have any stats on what the balance is for what are online commenters versus
We pulled some data that looked at the comment length.
Yeah, a few months ago, right?
And it was, we were spending a lot of time on public comment at the meeting, which I welcome public comment.
So I'm wondering if there are certain topics, I think we know there is going to be more public comments than others, that we should be holding study sessions for those to try to give people a really opportunity to, give more, be part of a public discussion, let's put it that way, so that there is more give and take. And they're more able to make effect change. And I think that's a really important point about that, is that really the purpose of public comment is to incorporate the public in the decision-making process. I think I've seen way too many of our civic organizations basically only allow public comment at the very end when the decision has effectively already been made. And we want to try to avoid that. And so I think that will help.
I like the idea of the study sessions, and there's so many people that take lots of time to create or to gather information and do their research, and they're really, really well informed. And sometimes it's much more informed than we have time on a specific topic to dive into. So harnessing that that level of work that they've done in a study session to help us with that decision making and making sure they're feeling involved, I think is a good idea.
And I think that would also allow an opportunity for us to respond to the public comments. So it is more of a discussion
Yes.
than 3 minutes. And because of Brown Act, we can't really get into a conversation.
Right. And time constraints onto the next person immediately.
So that's partly a management thing, but I think it's partly up to the rest of the board to help, hey, let us know that this is a topic that we really should be having a study session about.
I agree. I think it's one of the real challenges that we face is making sure people know that their voices are being heard. And I do think, I remember saying this to someone in the not so distant past, being heard doesn't always mean I agree with you, right? That's one of the other things about, we are elected here to serve students and serve the community. And so we have to take a broad approach sometimes to things that might not align with the person who's speaking into us, their opinion at that time. That's part of being on a legislative body. It's challenging. Um, our, I'm wondering for this is more of like the nitty gritty of the public comment time. The bylaws right now basically limit the public input time to 20 minutes per item. And then the board, I ran into this as board president. The board president can divide the time up. If it's under 10 minutes, our practice had been, the board president under 10 minutes could divide it between the speakers evenly. If there are more than 10 speakers, then the board president could ask the board I think the board president could extend it up to 20 minutes, but then had to ask the trustees if they were going to give people more time. And if we change to just a flat 3 minutes for everyone every time, do we need to update our board bylaw? Because that's going to put us over 20 minutes quite frequently, I think. So should we bring the board bylaw back for an update if we're going to switch?
Yeah, personally, I think we should.
Okay.
But I would also, would hope that that being able to schedule, study sessions would sort of minimize that. And
In an ideal world, yes. I feel strongly that our practice and our bylaws should be aligned. So if we're changing our practice, which I have no problem with, I'm completely ambivalent on, frankly. If we're changing our practice, we should update the bylaw. That's all.
I think too, just to sort of disclosure, I'd be having a person speak in public, okay, at a meeting, and being able to state what they have to say for 3 minutes and get it out of the, on is actually productive. Okay. And it's more productive than having a written statement. It's more productive than having somebody Zoom in. In person is just a lot more effective. Because I'm here on sitting, on the dais here, and my attention is focused, and I get to hear the emotions and everything else and the expressions. It's much more impactful. Just let people know that kind of thing. We can't always accommodate everybody, right? Some people have other responsibilities at home. I think one of the biggest challenges is these board meetings go on and you just don't know when your topic is going to come up. That's difficult. So,
are there ways we can help manage that predictability? It's like, right, like,
I mean, it's just frankly, it's the
nature of
nature of the beast.
Yeah.
Like we put out an agenda, but you never know how many people are going to show up for which topic. You never know what might happen during a meeting. We planned the best we could for timing for agenda items. And sometimes something you thought would be 10 minutes had an hour and a half of discussion, right? So I trust the agenda setting team to do their best to manage that. But it's also something that's not entirely within your control.
yeah, I think maybe as we make the board agendas, we need to be very conscious of what topics really need to be covered, okay, at that board. What needs to be approved, what needs to be heard. It's part of the governance calendar. It's part of sort of the requirements. But there's other things that, are part that really the public needs to be involved in directly, and try to maybe make the agenda to address that thing, much like we have the closed session items up front, so that people who need to be there can be there, and then they can.
One thing I would ask whenever it's possible, it's not always possible, is when it comes to our section, the open section of the agenda, that we put as early as possible things that are directly tied to student achievement, because I think that is the heart of our work. When we look at best practices for school boards, the more you're focused on those topics, the more successful your district is overall. And so I tried to do that as board president. I will say this fall, things just, we had to deal with a crisis, frankly. And as we come out of that and move forward, whenever possible, to prioritize student-oriented, achievement-oriented items first, And then let's talk about, bond spending. But, and I think it orients us as trustees and it orients the public to like why we're here and who we're serving. And on Zoom, I'm ambivalent about comments on Zoom versus not on Zoom. I've heard pros and cons from a lot of different people in different legislative settings too. I think at the minimum, we should move to a webinar because right now people could change their icons or names or do all kinds of things. And when you call into the city or the county, that is a webinar format. So at a minimum, I think we should do that. But I think it sounds like 3 of the trustees definitely want to maintain Zoom comments is what I'm hearing.
I'd say that with the statement that I definitely have that preference for here in person and for able to see you, but think like
I'm not gonna make the case for folks how their individual advocacy is best spent, but I think the more avenues we have for it, I think is useful. So like emails are sometimes less effective than comments than in person. And so
I think it's our job as trustees
yes,
not to be biased
try to
that way, though,
bias
because we had a lot of people write in public comment who weren't able to join us
exactly. That's why
on the greening issue, for example, and their voice matters just as
Yes,
much as the
100%.
people in the room.
Yeah, the more opportunities we give people to have that advocacy, I think the better off we are as being able to take a holistic view. And like, again, like sometimes being here in person does not work for your schedule, like for your commitments that you have similarly, or like the accessibility needs you have, right? Like I think these are all things that I want to make sure we give the option for folks to make it. That's why I said I'm not going to comment on what is the best path for someone individually to do it, but I think the more opportunity we give folks for that, I personally think the better.
I do think when we have a new superintendent, we should revisit
Yeah.
because I think different superintendents have different opinions about how to approach this, which is why we see our nearby districts do not allow Zoom commenting anymore. And so I think we have to keep coming back to it.
Yeah, so it's an interesting, it's a sort of dilemma, right? We want public comment, right? You want as much as possible, right? And we also want to get the board meeting done, get done what we need to do. And online access, Zoom has enabled much more public comment than in the past. And so, in this new online world, then how do we manage getting our work done, okay, as a board member, as board? And by that, I sort of mean getting our work done in a reasonable time where we can accommodate trustees who work, accommodate the staff who has to stay here, accommodate guests who come in, and even the parents who are participating and listening online, and try to get this done by 10 o'clock, right? Where we're still sort of awake and haven't passed out because we haven't eaten, right? So right now we're having Zoom meetings, and I think going forward that maybe this is something we just need to think about and look at how other people are accommodating this. And we're not going to come up with an answer right now. And we need, I think, an appreciation from the public about what we're trying to do here, okay, and to help us, right?
And I think we should keep gathering that data and have that shared and be part of the discussion, because Bill and I have seen that data and you all haven't, and that makes this conversation lopsided.
But then what I'm expecting, other topics will come up in other times, and there will be a different group of people doing those kind of things, right?
Cupertino had 85 speakers in person on an item,
Yeah.
right? So, when there are things of interest to the public
Yes.
will engage. I am confident about that.
well, and that brings up back to the time issue and what's currently in the bylaws, and if we're going to have a kind of more universal 3-minute, but the bylaws do currently have that kind of total time limit.
Total time.
And whether we want a total time limit, Cupertino doesn't have a total time
They
limit, right?
have it during the public comment, but then they tack on at the end of the meeting. So anybody who wasn't able to fit in during that 20 minutes initially is left for after all the agenda items have been gone through. They can make their comment time if they're still there or online at the end of the meeting.
But they don't get to comment on the agenda items?
They can comment on agenda items also, but during public comment, just
This
non-agenda
this
item public
20,
comment.
this 20 minutes is also for the agenda items.
Yeah.
So per agenda item, 20 minutes of public comment as well, which is the challenge.
I want to go back to what Charles said. I mean, which is key, is that what are we trying to accomplish here? Not just provide people time to talk, right? What we're trying to do is enable them to participate in the decision-making process, right? So yeah, that's what we have to sort of work on.
Right. I think this is a symptom of something that needs to be addressed prior to, with if you know something's going to be a hot topic, having that study session ahead of time to give people the avenue to have that discussion is going to bring
Help
down the
them.
amount of public comment that is coming into the actual board meeting, because they're already understanding the thought process and they're already receiving information prior to it being on the agenda.
And again, that's ideal world. And there's going to be times, right? I mean, that is in an ideal world, we're able to do that. I'm still thinking back to like COVID, but there are just going to be times where you'll see the cycle of the board. There are going to be ups and downs. There's going to be surprises where there's a community take on something that didn't get to us beforehand, and then suddenly it blew up in the meeting. And sometimes I think of community comment also as like lancing a wound. Like, we have to hold space for the public to share what they're caring about. Like, people come here, we are here because we care about children, and people come to comment because they care about children. But I also think the thing to remember is that what I've seen at City Council and what I've seen here is you do kind of build up a set of regulars who come consistently. And what's hard is there are many other people in our community, in our district, who aren't able to come as consistently or might not be able to come as consistently, but we still serve them. And so how do you also get input beyond kind of like the people who are able to be here or able to comment consistently? How are you getting broader inputs from all of our different school sites and all of our different stakeholders? Because there's over 600 employees, there's over 4,500 children. That is far more than maybe I think the most we've ever had in public comment in the last year is maybe 30 people. And so how do you hold that as a trustee and continue to get those inputs and also represent the broader community? So when we talk about engaging in decision-making, it should never be just a small group or even a group of a few hundred people steering everything for the district. We are responsible to all 4,500 children.
So the city, as you're talking, I'm thinking the city attempts to accommodate some of that by having commissions. Okay, and they tend to have commissions on matters that are of specific interest to certain members of the public, right? And those don't involve the city council members, but sort of appointed members of the public, which is, yeah, that's one way of doing it, right? And it's an interesting thought.
But we have that budget advisory task force and the DAC and the DLAC and,
And so we're doing a little bit more of that, right? But are we doing enough? Right?
I mean, we can always look at adding board committees or superintendent committees. We have a wellness committee, equity committee.
But it's sort of interesting, yet we're setting up these committees. Some of them are new. There's not a formal mechanism then for them necessarily to report to the trustees. We're working on
I was
this,
going to
right?
say they're not required to. It's in the meeting. We always hold a place for committee reports, and we rarely get committee reports.
I get it. I understand. So, yeah, so we should be maybe having something like that. So that the public makes sure who are participating in those committees knows that they're being heard.
We build in a cadence for, do we want to specifically agendize which committee we hear from when?
I don't think I could do this in real time, but I think it's worth a thought, okay? How
I would love to hear, I mean, in theory, we have a trustee on each of these things, so the trustees could be sharing those updates with the board during that committee moment. We've done that some in the past.
But yeah, those are, I would be looking for something more formal.
Okay. I know we,
And the commissions for the city submit reports, right?
yeah, but they don't come and speak to council.
There are deficiencies in the way they run
Which a lot of people
run their
a lot of-
process, and
yes.
it could be improved dramatically. And so, after speaking with commissioners,
Yes.
they feel equally frustrated, not just the public.
I have heard that feedback as well.
Okay,
that
so,
people on the the
so
advisory
we
board
don't
is-
have to use that as a model. We can
Okay.
use it as a stepping stone.
Okay,
I think it's useful to have some output from the committees that comes up to us or is reviewable in some sense, right? It could be a report where maybe it's not presented, but it's attached to the agenda packet. It could be the minutes.
Into the rest of the public.
Yes, and the public then gets to see it as well. I think these are,
Kevin, where do you think that falls? Is that part of the weekly update? Is that a written report and consent? Is it?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I think it's probably in your weekly and a written,
Okay,
you know, I mean, groups should be taking at least some minutes and then you put it in, and if you want it on the agenda for a board meeting, you can. If you don't schedule it. That's, you know, you can ask, you know,
what if,
Bill, if you want to put it on, and if not, then, you know, there's some committees, the wellness committee, I'm not sure you need to spend a board meeting on that.
I wonder if in consent, we could add an item that is committee meeting minutes or agendas.
You could.
And it just got tacked into consent so the public and we could review it.
An accept the report kind of thing.
Yeah.
Looking at other school districts that have some of these committees. It's on the website,
And-
the committee and the, I mean, in the minutes.
And I sort of think this is appropriate, what I've said before, our school district has grown dramatically in the last 8 years, and we've become more complex and you know, dealing with more things than in the past.
yeah, I think the big thing to my mind is when we have items that come to us with like significant public comment. And again, that's like the least effective time in the process for any sort of like decision making to be adjusted on these like often long-term projects. Like we should view that as like, okay, let's root cause this and see like where in this process did we miss some clearly, like the public is very concerned about this. Something's clearly there. Maybe we didn't inform them well enough that something's coming up. Maybe like
I can't
suddenly they
tell
realize
you
that,
enough,
oh,
Charles, there was this whole internal algorithm and many, what do you call it? The after event analysis. This has happened with stuff internally a lot, and the board has heard about it a lot. It still doesn't seem to solve the problem. And so I think vamping up our emphasis on that public comments email address so that we are getting the public comment before the meeting rather than in the meeting, maybe one of the best things we can do, because I honestly, those emails help me think through an issue and inform the whole board in a way that showing it is incredibly valuable to come and speak in person. But you're right, at that point, there's a lot of information gathering that has already happened. And so it's a hard time to shift somebody.
our working is always a work in progress, right? So we're always gonna have to like adjust as we learn more about it.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm just thinking, you know, compiling the written statements or agenda items, publishing them in the, to me, from an organizational perspective, that would make it sort of easy because I can read multiple thoughts and comments all at one time rather than temporally as they come in on my email, and it's this topic, okay, this, and
That, I mean,
brain is sort of bouncing around rather than just like, okay.
I think that's why if we have I lean a little bit more towards a 48-hour cutoff for them being published, because then it could be collated for us. But that's for staff to decide. I see Shelley smiling over there. Because that would give us time to then really explore what's in those comments. But we aren't required to post our agendas until 72 hours beforehand, which would be Monday at 5. But we usually post them on Friday.
I also know in writing comments to the city, human nature says, yeah, I want to get this done by then, but I don't get it done till 2 p.m. in the afternoon before the meeting. And just like, that's, that's human nature.
Kind of, I don't want to disrupt
Yeah.
your conversation, but let me offer some thoughts here. I'm hearing that at this point, you don't want to change the public comment on Zoom, and I think that's fine. I personally think that's a mistake, but I'm not your superintendent long term, and you guys have a longer context on this. I think in correlation is not causation, but the whatever 5 board member meetings that I've been in have been train wrecks, and I think that there's a lot of reasons for that, but I don't think that having people on there is a good way. Come on down, it's a public meeting of the board, and you should make your comments there. I think, I know you want to get public comments, that's a high value, but I worry that it's destroying the flow of the board meeting and costing you valuable time in making your board meetings. The squeeze is not, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. But I respect where you are now, but I think this should be an issue that you be talking about. I think that one of the things that you have demonstrated today that you need to continue to do is more self-reflection. You need to be thinking about how are you as effective as you possibly can about getting stuff done, right? There's a big complaint about California that nothing gets done here. Everything takes forever. And I get the value of getting public input, but you have to understand that most people are really busy. There's only 10 or 12 people that, no offense to Steve, this is his cause, right? That doesn't mean he's far from representative of the community. And people don't have time to come here. They elect you to make decisions, right? And so you can flex it, but understand that most people, they just want to get stuff done. They don't want you to spend you don't want staff to spend all this time doing outreach when they could be getting stuff done. And so when you look at these topics, think about balancing how much more juice are we getting when we add these things on versus how much could we get if we free up staff to do those kind of things. I don't think you should change any of your board bylaws now. I think you should wait, have this kind of discussion, a repeat of the superintendent. Let's see, what else did I say? We're trying very hard to cut down on the number of items that we're bringing to, right? I've seen some items come up, update on work of the council, or here's the change in the number of chits for kids to go to choice program, those kinds of things that I think came to the board meeting, or long presentations about student achievement. I'll talk about that in just a second. Those things, most of these things correlate with each other, right, on the student achievement. So spending a lot of time, more data that tells you the same thing doesn't help move us. And we're spending a lot of time measuring as opposed to having the conversation. I think so. I think it's important to look at student achievement, but it's also important that you're making sure that the trains run on time on the district, right? So you have to stay in your lane, right? You need to make sure that the district is operating well and not sort of getting bogged down in things, right? Um, this has been an extraordinary time, but, I'm starting all my meetings when I talk about principles, and Kathy and Tara, is that we haven't been out on sites. And so every time you ask something for more to be done for the board, it's something that we only have a limited amount of time. And so that's taking away from our supporting, thinking about being in community with our principals. Okay, so just, so think about it like that. I don't know how yeah, I don't know how you say to the public, we want to hear from you, but also remember that you're more effective when you come. That's the most effective way that you can offer your thoughts. And don't don't be discouraged if you don't get a lot of people coming in opining on issues. They're just busy. I mean, if think about all the other activities you're involved in that you don't weigh in on, and people are asking you all the time, "Oh, weigh in on this, weigh on this," and you don't have time to do that. So I talked a long time, but those are the things you need to think about. So what did we decide? I think we decided this will be a topic that you wait on. I want to say a couple of things. I think it's really important that you have food.
I was going to ask about food next.
I just think, we've heard some from the public about that. I just think you're busy people eating, going from 4:30 to 10 is not healthy. If you're also tired and we're going to struggle to get done at 10.
Can I ask a question about that, Kevin? So way back when the meetings were at Graham, and then even when we first came here, I think this was before you came back on though, Bill. The meals were prepared by the middle school chefs. We ate the same food that the kids had had for lunch. And when we were at Graham, when our meetings were at Graham, it was very easy because it was all within the kitchen, and the chef just like prepped the food before they left for the day. And then we came in and we went through the little cafeteria line and we filled our plates and we sat down together and we had closed session.
It was nice. I was allowed as a ex
Oh.
trustee to sneak in there.
Every now and then.
That was nice.
And then when we came over here for a while, the meals were prepared and then sent over, and then we kind of stopped. I think it might have been a lot of workload for the middle school chef. Oh, it was expensive. It was more expensive than ordering the food. Oh, that's interesting. Well, public, you can't hear that, but from staff, we were hearing that it ended up being more expensive to transport the food, to prepare and transport the food from the middle school, the staff time and supplies, than to just order food. Oh. I mean, I think whatever is least expensive, we should do.
I think one of the issues I brought up, and I just threw it out there, is, as you notice, I often don't eat during these things because when it comes to eating and thinking, I can't multitask. And so I put the food aside and yeah, and it's just what I do. I find it interrupt. We're dealing with really significant issues, and I just found, to me, I'm personally distracted. But,
So don't eat.
so I don't eat, but it was just a thought. Is there another way this can be managed? And there probably isn't because there's limited time. But
I was going to say there were definite trustees who, if they didn't eat, were not the best decision makers later in the evening.
and I'm not either, definitely.
When it comes to staff, well, so part of it is that we can have closed session, and then there's also a little bit of a break time after that where you can eat if you need to. But when it comes to staff, I've seen public comments about their salary is so high, why are we feeding them meals? And I think we've shifted to requiring staff to be here in person as opposed to being online. And they're here for, we went from 4:30 to midnight.
I don't have any problem defending that.
Okay, so I am comfortable still having meals. We try to be very inexpensive in our our
It's a
meal choices.
Trivial thing, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, can I talk about just a couple of other things? This is helpful. This is a really good discussion about these topics. And we'll go from there. I want to say once again, right now, so the temperatures are going to go down. But you just need to know, I'm a veteran superintendent, been doing this a long time, and I have been on sites almost none. So think about that when you have a new superintendent, that you've got that person has to be internal facing to get stuff done. Okay, other parts here, there were some comments here about, I'm just going to go through up to board member reports, and that is public comment. I really, well, you got a comment. I just think the policy of not responding to public comments at the beginning is the right way to go. And if somebody does respond, it should be me, because then it just runs a lot better. And I'm sorry that the public has to have that practice, but it's definitely the best way to go.
I think there's we can make brief response right by the Brown Act, but we cannot get into a dialogue. And so
Right.
I do think probably it's useful to rationalize it against similar the email public comment where anyone the board president might respond or delegate to superintendent or expertise on staff to respond briefly in public comment.
And say, I know I speak for the board when I say we value that your kid's not bullied and that we have safe, those kinds of things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or a clarifying question. No.
No, I wouldn't even go there. I think there's a frustration with that, is that sometimes it sounds more like refuting what we're saying, and then they don't have a chance to respond, right? So they're stymied too. I talked at the governance meeting I went to at the CSBA, and they said, just don't go.
Okay.
Just don't even start, because it's too easy to run into a back and forth thing. I think it's a really good thing if topics can come up. Okay, we'll talk to you later offline, right? But to get the staff, will get back to you, and we'll.
I think that will help a lot if there's some commitment that superintendent or staff in particular will follow up with the commenter on that afterwards. So yeah, I don't want to get into the I think we noted it here, getting in the last word on in a debate or something like that.
Yeah, it's sort of not a fair discussion. To your point, if they bring an issue, you respond, then they can't respond back to you. You're sort of, it's like having an argument with your children. Okay. Can we go on to board member reports and interaction during the meeting?
Yeah, I had a question about the interactions during the meeting. So I appreciate the interest in a free-flowing conversation, but we are a legislative body, and we follow Robert's rule of order when it comes to the chair, the board president, recognizing speakers for a reason. Within the Robert, I'm going to just say that wrong, but when we look at parliamentary procedure, each of the people here has been elected by the public and has an important voice to share. And so one of the goals of the Robert Rules of Orders, in my understanding, and I'm no expert, is to make sure that each trustee has the opportunity to share their opinion on something before we go back for seconds, if that makes sense, before we move on to so everyone would have a moment to speak on something. And then there's often more discussion that comes after that. But what makes that process work is having the board president recognize who's going to speak. And the other thing that's really challenging is this dais. The board president is on the end and can see all of the trustees. If you are sitting anywhere else except the other end, you may be looking at one trustee and not know that somebody behind you is waiting to speak or has a comment to make. And again, that makes it very important, I think, for the board president to be the person calling on trustees to speak. And what we've done in the past is you put on your little speaker light when you want to speak. And that's like raising your hand, basically. And then when you're done speaking, you turn off your light so everybody knows that you're done speaking. know how you feel about that though, Bill.
I would like to see sort of a combination of the two, make sure that everybody has their opportunity to speak, but also to try to facilitate the conversation. I mean, I'm going to be, did in the past, try to earn this way. Yeah. And I just, I want to try to avoid the situation where we just speak and make a statement and that's it.
I-
And so I will try to do that and yeah.
I just think we got lost at the last board meeting when people weren't being called on because we were all looking at each other, wondering who was going to speak next or who wanted to speak next or like what the process was.
I also see that we're getting into sort of maybe changing the process so that
I would like to continue. We're a legislative body. Like I think we should actually follow parliamentary procedure and you call it people. I think we can have.
I like the signal idea with the, like,
Okay.
I think that makes it very visible. And you're right, if I'm here, I'm not seeing if you want to make a comment, but that light is much more visible to see, okay, that
also-
person turned it
I
on.
really do want to try us talking to ourselves rather than making a public statement.
Discussion versus.
I mean,
So that, and yeah.
yeah, I think that's the whole point is we have to have a discussion with each other, but it also informs the public, right? So I don't disagree with you on any of that. I just would like you to keep telling us who's supposed to speak next.
So we'll review
Yeah, you're the,
Robert Rules of Order and,
That's all.
yeah, and I think like the core part of there being initial pass of like, everyone gets an opportunity before we start going into a back and forth, but then we can open it up to more structured, even though you're still acknowledging specific people to speak, but we can actually like, you're mediating the conversation. with all
yeah, and
of
I'd
us.
almost like to, what might help that, right, is that rather than, okay, trustee DeFazio, right, calling on people, just a nod or something, hey, get up there, okay, go ahead.
Now, first, just a couple of thoughts here. One is that you don't have to, I've been on boards where everybody feels like they have to comment on every item. You don't have to, right? It's fine. You will find that the less you comment sometimes, the more weight your comments have. It's the same thing as a public speaker. The other thing is if you model brevity, other people will be brief. I think it's really important that you think about how you build on each other's comments, right? Like if Anna says something and then Lisa goes next, that was a really good point you brought up, or, I appreciate that. And also build on the public's comments because everybody feels better when they at least, had their handprint on those things. I think that's right. And one of the things that we talked about, Bill, is sometimes who goes first is sort of ambiguous. So what I've seen governing boards do is they'll start at like Devin on the first issue, and on like an agenda item. Okay, Devin, do you have it? And then just go down the road so that you sort of know when you're going to have to bring this item up. The advantage of that is then you're prepared for your particular item, and you can at least start the conversation. It's a way to do it. And then Anna knows that she's next, then Lisa, and then Charles for each item. And so anyway, so think about that in terms of what you do. Like, and it also gives Bill a chance to sort of guide the flow, right? If two people are talking, he's not gonna be offensive, but you're generally gonna move, if you're facing here, right to left.
My only caution is that it can shape the conversation who you start with.
That's right. That's why you want to be unique. That's why you want to be.
Have like a
Well-
structure to it where it's like you go for the first one.
No,
and
I understand that, but even that structure can be steered.
Yeah,
So,
weird in
like, I
some
don't
sense.
actually know that, unless you want to like start pulling popsicle sticks, like I did as a classroom teacher to decide who goes first. I think it's hard to actually do that in a neutral way. Because,
I can try to do it at random.
What would-
because you could line up the order of the agenda
Oh,
items.
yeah,
Based on, well, I know that so-and-so is aligned with me on this issue, so I'm gonna choose to put the agenda item at the space where they're gonna be the first
Well,
speaker.
I mean, we
I think
I've seen people
but
do
you gotta
this.
have enough trust in the organization to
I,
each other.
I would hope so,
I would-
but
would
I'm
be-
not saying I've seen it here, but I've seen this on other legislative bodies.
I would be fine with day of randomizing who goes first, right? If we want to do that, right? Like on the first agenda item, it would be part of this like cycle. We pick where we start.
I don't know if everybody is always ready to speak first either.
mean,
though.
Well, I think we all also have the opportunity to say, I need to collect my thoughts right now on this. Could you come back to me?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a great thing to model too. Like, I want to hear from the rest of you before I think about, or make my
Oh
comment.
my,
I would suggest for like the first pass, right? Like we just have the lights and whoever's on for that first pass goes through, and then we do the more freewheeling, recognizing someone when ready to talk, right? So you get your first word in if you have something specifically you want to talk about, but that might be too complicated.
We'll leave it in your capable hands.
Yeah. By the way, I did purchase my nice hard copy of Robert Rules of Order. And by the way, everybody should at least get a copy of the Brown. Might be nice for the district to order that
Yeah.
for all of us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know this.
a hard copy would be
Lozano
nice.
Smith does a handbook that is very nice.
Yes, I noticed the CSBA has something.
Yeah,
for
the-
I went online and said, $25, and they cheap about it.
For the,
Stop.
for the new-
Anyway, yeah, we could order that.
For the new
It's-
trustee
it's
orientation, we
out of
did have
stock.
a quick guide for like running good meetings, right? Like, which is
And then you need to train us all in anything we've missed in Robert's Rule of Orders, because, this forced me to go back and revisit it. And I think it's really good to do that.
All right, a couple of other things. I think we're all in agreement that staff presents, board asks clarifying questions, public comment, and then board discussion and action. I think it's fine if after the board comments, if somebody says, I motion that we approve this, and then it sees if it gets second, and then you have some more discussion and vote, right? Okay. And then I think it's really important that that the superintendent, on behalf of staff, tries to summarize what direction the board got, right? So that you guys have a last chance to say, okay, yeah, I made a motion to pass this, but there were these amendments, and so we're really clear about, okay, what is staff going to do? Couple other things here. I think it's really important that, and I hate it when I find myself doing this, is that you guys have talked about just two meeting rules, sort of discussion and then action. There are times when when the staff goes, we need an approval tonight, right? And that jams you, and that's not really fair. But there are times when it happens, but one of your sort of reflections with the superintendent in your operation is how often are you feeling jammed on things like, okay, we got to make a decision now. So
it's also useful to get like a reasonable explanation for why this
Yeah.
kind of jammed us, right? Like, because potentially that could be a way to force the board to make an expedited decision versus like actually just taking the time to plan out ahead when something isn't foreseeable.
and you still have to decide, hey, look, it's rare that, well, it does happen, but a decision deferred is a problem solved, right? It generally doesn't work that way, so you are going to have to make a call, and just postponing it, that's sort of a failure of the system too, and often it's on staff, but if you're doing that all the time, I think it's a problem. Should we go on to the board members' interaction with staff and these other pieces here?
Sure.
Okay. I think we've got this. These were, I just think we just be careful about these, the board member interaction, consent agenda. you need to develop procedures for consent agenda that foster trust. Boards are not hiding significant important decisions in the consent agenda. I haven't seen you do that. And I don't, there's sort of a public, it seems like a little bit of public suspicion on this. I don't know. We're going to bring at the next meeting a little bit more about the warrants and providing sort of more, is it transparency or more information on there? But it's certainly not our purpose to hide. I don't think that's a big issue. We shouldn't be once we get through this phase. So, questions about contracts and something now you highlighted. I don't know if you put those on the consent, what you do. I mean, you got a lot of expenses that are a lot of money. I'm just not sure where you are.
Well, I mean, that's where we have that, the vendor approval process outlines what needs to be reviewed, what needs to be voted on. So I think the guidelines that we set in that are good. But, I am also looking forward to our discussion on Thursday about more detail on things because our board had never seen credit cards before. And I would like to have seen them.
Yeah, I think for your earlier statement, right, like we can pull anything from consent at any time, but it's a useful tool for us to be able to efficiently conduct business, right? Like, but I think we need to make sure we're striking the right balance and things that are non-controversial that just, need to keep the trains running on time versus things that merit further discussion.
Talking about consent agenda? Yeah, really it's just an organizational thing. I want to make it easy for me to look at it and, this is the most important thing. This is the second most important thing, and organized in a way so that I can focus what limited time I have on the most important.
Yeah, and give us feedback on this. It's always discouraging when you put together an agenda and you've got a large, and then it's like, I'd like to pull A, B, C, and D. That's like, oh, no. It just sort of, that it really should be, if staff is doing its job and you're asking the right questions, it should be boom, you just go right through it. Okay.
Yeah, so, basically, and I want staff to just let me know what I need to know and what's important.
All right. And then contracts, I want you to know that we're getting, in my meetings with principals, we're getting quite a bit of pushback on some of the contract stuff that you put into place. And we always solve the last problem and not the next problem. So we may bring back to you some changes in this that are particularly supportive for our principals around things like field trips and things like that they're chafing under, that you don't really care and haven't been an issue, but are now affected by these things. Does that make sense?
Yes, but the threshold we set was $75,000, and I don't know that there are many principal contracts that are over $75,000. Their school site budget isn't huge.
Let me find out what the issues are.
Because that doesn't align with the vendor approval process that we put in place.
But
And then
Maybe
I
around
fully
the contract.
appreciate that we should, the purpose of this is not to burden the staff, right? So that
but I think
whatever we can do to facilitate.
a lot of the field trips are also, I want the process to be as easy for the principals as possible, but I think it's also really good that we're all aware of something like field trips that often shows us no cost because it's no cost to not coming out of the site budget, it's paid for the PTA. I think it's very important for all of us to be aware of how that ended up there. But I would have thought, I'd love to hear more about why it seems to be as a burden, because it didn't from the cover sheet look like there was a lot more, but that's.
Yeah, let me find, I don't know the details, but I'm just here. Okay, school showcases. I had a conversation with our two middle school principals, and they're both doing really good things. And I'd like for us to think about ways that you as a board can encourage the collaboration of our leaders on topics. For example, got two sites that are doing a lot of social emotional learning support for kids, school culture issues. And I'd like to get them talking to each other about what they do. And the best way to get them to talk about it is to make them come to you and present a thoughtful, hey, look, what admin's there. Hey, here's some of the great work we're doing. Here's what we've learned from each other, those kind of things. If for all kinds of spillover effects. Right now, we don't have time to do that. But that's the kind of work that you need to think about as you've got these school showcases where, kids come and they sing and stuff, and that's great. But you'd almost be better off being out, and it sets a good mood for the board meeting, that everybody sees kids and all that. But it's a variety in there, maybe worth your thinking about.
I mean, we have 11 schools and we have many more board meetings than 11.
Yeah. Well, not that many. In a school year, what do you have? You have several months where you don't have two meetings.
We've added a lot of study sessions this year, a lot of special meetings.
I think scheduled. So it's not,
I'm just sort of wondering what the objective of the school showcase is. Wonderful things, keeps the focus, and is there a better way to accomplish what the objective?
I think so. One of the things that I think they do is bring in parents and staff members who might not otherwise engage with the board and show them a little bit of our process in this space. And when we talk about trying to open ourselves up to more community engagement and more community input as trustees, I do think this brings in people who might not otherwise have come to a board meeting and then afterwards have an idea of what goes on and may be more likely to engage in the future. And for children, like, we don't often get input from students. Sometimes we get middle school input. But for them to also see this process and then engage as well.
I think you should keep doing them. And there's somebody once said to me as a superintendent, you need to bring a win to every board meeting, right? And there's nothing like having kids come to soften up the people who've come for public comment to realize that, hey, this really is centered around kids, not whether or not, there's dogs walking on the field, whatever the silly issue is that they've come for, right? So, but I want you to balance that with other kinds of presentations that you bring in on this. Anyway,
It's pretty valuable to have, it strengthens the community, right? Like having kids come in here, having them see what actually happens in government and like civic engagement brings parents stuff that would otherwise come. So I want to get rid of them.
I have appreciated that the schools have done them in their own way. Like they're not kind of a set format. I do remember one of the principals saying in one of the ones even maybe earlier in the fall, like kind of realizing, wait, how much time do I have? So, I don't know if there's already a communication about what the window is that they have. It's probably good for them to have that information. But otherwise, I've appreciated that the different schools have done their own flavor on it, like what they want to highlight.
that was my question as well, is if they're given a time frame of it should be 15 to 20 minutes, or you're going to get the first half hour. That way they can kind of pre-plan and structure, okay, what am I going to try to highlight in that time? But it also gives us the opportunity to think about, okay, we know we're coming in and the first 20 minutes is going to be this, and then we dive deeper into it. And it also gives the community a start time of, if that's not your school and if that's not something you're interested in, wait outside until this time.
I think it's usually 10 to 15 minutes is the goal. Some of, they're informed.
It's hard. It's really, with all those kids and logistics, it's hard.
yeah. Okay, I think I still, what I want to communicate to the principals is, how do you like doing this? The board appreciates them. They appreciate the variety of things that you do. They don't want this to be like the magnum opus for them, not sort of a big burden, but it's great to have them. And then then I think I would look for other ways to hear from the schools, right? Like, this junior middle school thing may be a model that you then, have other principals work on issues and then report back in sort of a general way about how things are going. And then it takes more pressure off what I feel like is the whole school site council kind of, you going out and sort of, checking I haven't seen that in other communities, and I'm not quite sure that's your sweet spot in terms of the board, but anyway. Can we go next to, meeting, length at any time? I think this is pretty straightforward. I have not seen board, we're in a tough place right now, but we, the three of us need to plan agendas at end of 10. And then at the end of this year, you need to have a discussion about how are you doing on that, right? And what can you do differently? The labor partners issue, we've talked about, and we made that change on there. Are there other topics here that we've missed or?
We forgot to bring the governance calendar. So usually at this retreat, and I apologize, there was so much that we wanted to cover, but usually at this retreat, we take a look at the governance calendar and upcoming agenda items and discuss if there are other agenda items that should be considered and where they might fit time-wise. I know I've sent in an agenda item request, but I want to be mindful of like where it fits in terms of time. And so usually we would discuss the governance calendar here. I don't know if we want to do that today or put it on a future agenda or how we want to approach that.
I don't know. In a way, it touches on the next section, which is potential study sessions and issues postponed until a new superintendent.
Actually, that might be, the appropriate time, put on a study session, especially
The governance. I think if we do, I like a lot of these study session topics. I think we should, so maybe it does get sandwiched in with one of them, whichever one we do first. I also think we should have.
partly partly just to inform everybody about why these items are on there and why they're on when they are.
Yeah. But then what I've found in the past is in this retreat, there have always been things that have come up that weren't on the governance calendar yet. And we tried to figure out as a group where they would best fit. Because I think what can be challenging as board president is sometimes I can think of a situation I experienced where somebody had many agenda items that they wanted to suggest. And it became a conversation of, actually, we're going to be talking about that already, but here's what it is on the governance calendar to kind of understand how it was all going to fit within the year. We have also asked for things like more consistent updates on certain things that might not already be on the governance calendar, but we wanted a more consistent update on the literacy adoption or something like that. The governance calendar lays out all the stuff that's required by law, and then a few other things that we get regular updates on, but it just gives you a whole board a sense of the flow of the year.
I think that's part of it too, is identify what's required by law, by when, what isn't.
In our day-long thing where we got our spiral down thing, it was a fold-out version of a governance calendar. So it'd also be, I think I would find it useful to compare that to what we already have on ours. Because, for example, there was a section on there that we don't have that was the cadence of policy review.
Right.
So things like that.
Which should probably be added. Yeah. And strategic plan, I think, should be a study session. Although it's probably going to.
What is a strategic plan?
27. We
So
made it a 6-year strategic plan to match 2 LCAP cycles. And I think understanding the through line of strategic plan, LCAP, school site plans, and how that all works through the course of the year to influence what's
And what
happening.
is the facilities master plan?
It's a 10-year plan, but
But-
what I've seen the district do is prepare a new one when they're going into a bond. That it's a, because there was one done before Measure G, and then and then the next one was done before Measure T. It doesn't mean we can't ask for an update. We have all kinds of different priorities that we have been fortunate to have money that we can pull things off of priority 2 and 3 up into being funded. And that was done with Measure G too. I remember watching the meetings before I was elected. There were items that had Measure G there wasn't enough budget for. And so they got cut, or there were a few things that got pulled up because they became an urgent need.
It would be sort of good to have a summary of when these other sort of big items.
But and a new superintendent may
would do that.
completely,
That's a good point. Because This is, it goes down to the second part here.
I would
Really new
absolutely
superintendent.
expect a new superintendent to create a new strategic plan. Do you,
You would,
I mean, do you think they will? They won't?
I think they,
Leverage of
yeah, I think
Think so?
I'd have a discussion with them.
Okay,
They may like the strategic plan. Gives them a chance to listen for a while before they.
before they dive in. Okay. I mean, 27 is a good cadence, then maybe.
Let's see. So I've just opened up what's called the Board Agenda Planning Metrics 28, 29. I think we sent this to you with the first draft of this agenda here. And I just noticed that 12 out of the 15 meetings, you've got a school showcase. So you are doing that on a regular basis. And I'm just counting the 15 meetings, not counting the June ones or the August ones, because you're not going to have those. So that's sort of your opening salvo to almost all your board meetings, for good or ill. I think if we look at, I think the board with 3 new members, and as important as the bond program is, you guys should have a study session on this. And I know you're busy. I'd recommend you do it on a Thursday night, in March or something, once you're sort of in that interlude between hiring the board, superintendent search firm, and when you have to spend time, sort of reading and thinking about that process. And I think, you've got the Google lease. To me, the 2 issues that can go together are the Google lease and Slater and the bond program, because Google lease has money in it, right? That could influence what you want to do with some of your resources.
I would just sometimes have conflicts on other Thursdays, so
Yeah.
we'll schedule.
Yeah, so and maybe you talk about when we do agenda setting for the next meeting, let's look at what would be some possibilities for study session topics. Are there other things that you'd like to do on a study session that for this in the spring?
We'll probably have study sessions about superintendent search,
Will it be a study session or a special meeting?
special
I don't think it's, yeah,
call.
because I don't think it will be a,
Will be a special,
Yeah.
closed session. We'll have those.
so,
Does this list make sense, or?
I mean, strategic plan might need to go on there if we think it's going to stick around. Strategic plan and LCAP.
How about is a new superintendent?
Well, that's the thing. Kevin's saying that a new superintendent may stick with that strategic plan as it winds down.
Just start for us to discuss that without the new superintendent there.
Well, it's more informing. It's a good, first of all, I would like an update on where we are, because it's so easy to lose track of everything that's going on with what we've been through in the last few months. And it's important work. It's the most directly tied to our children. And I think it's important for the board to understand the strategic plan, because every time there's a presentation brought to us, it's tied to the strategic plan. All of this work is tied to it.
And the thing is, if it's not the sprint, I mean, if we wait completely for the new superintendent, then we're talking like September, October for the study session. And in some ways, it might be worth having a spring study session on it, so we all even have a better basis for opinions going into conversations with the new superintendent about what to keep and what, you know, if that person has, instead of learning about it kind of at the same time that there's somebody who might have opinions about it, like having that foundation and then opinions.
We're also in this weird place where usually the strategic plan was used to guide the superintendent's evaluation. And we're not doing a superintendent evaluation the same way, right? But then in an ideal world, some of those board goals get figured out before we get into the summer, because then staff prepare over the summer for whatever they're trying to.
What about this idea? I do think that having this conversation is a good thing. What if you do it in May? Because by then you'll have hired a new superintendent.
Mhm.
It won't be on the payroll, except that, you know, just decide it, but I would hire a superintendent and then pay them their per diem to come and spend time in May and June and to get to know you, meet with staff, meet with the city manager, all those kind of, and come to a study session about the strategic plan where staff presents and everybody sort of hears the same thing. Obviously, I haven't studied your strategic plan at all. Jeff probably won't, but you know, the different departments will have things to say because they were part of that development. Does that make sense? We're looking at a study session in May. Okay. I sent you in the weekly this math presentation that was done before. I'm not sure you need to have a study session now. I think it's just a regular agenda item if it comes up. The Brown Act, you know, I think we've addressed. To me, this my master plan, Slater, makes sense to do in the spring. So you've got May, you've got the strategic plan, and then you've got February, March, the Google's master plan funds.
And I think on the Brown Act, I think it's important for like each of us individually to do either the CSPA training or I know one of the law firms or law firm one, but for, yeah, I think it's the right choice on the kind of broader public conversation to have that later.
Maybe in the fall.
Yeah, in the fall. Because I think, but you know, I don't think we got some public comment about like, don't wait to be trained on the Brown Act. I just want to clarify, like, we're not talking about like the three of us waiting to be trained on the Brown Act. We're talking about moving that kind of public conversation, training, presentation by the lawyer that anybody could attend kind of thing to a later time. I think all three of us should sign up for sure.
And I do highly recommend you all do the Masters in Governance through CSBA. It's 5 full-day sessions. It's usually on weekends. I think they might still be doing hybrid. It's also a fantastic way to meet. There's a lot of new trustees in this area. It's a good way to meet people from other districts, and there's so much to learn from other districts and how they approach and solve different problems.
But actually, I think in the board bylaws, there's one on board training, and it references kind of knowing what what can be paid for and what the budget is.
The Masters in Governance has been covered by the district in the past, as has AEC, the Annual Education Conference. I know trustees have used the development funds for other conferences and stuff in the past. I think Trustee Wheeler did that a little more regularly because she knew more what was going on. I am free for the AEC. The district isn't charged for that. So for the last 3 years. So that's part of why I wanted to go to the Coast to Coast last year, and felt okay with that conference expenditure because the district only has to pay for a couple of nights of hotel for me for AAC, but otherwise my conference fee is waived. Does anyone want to go to Coast to Coast this year, the CSBA DC trip? It's in April. It's, I want to say 3 or 4 days. It doesn't align with our district spring break. It might align with the Cupertino spring break. I don't know. This is a year, so part of the reasoning for it is the California School Boards Association left the National School Boards Association. So we are no longer a part of them, and they weren't doing a great job of representing the needs of our children. And that means putting pressure on at the federal level, which is where our funding for special education comes from, where there's going to be, who knows what happens with education with the new administration. It is extremely important to weigh in on and give testimony to what our children need in our district, as well as in our region and our state. And so CSBA has been pushing very hard to try and increase attendance, because what we've heard from our representatives is that it really matters to show up in mass. And everybody needs, I know you can meet with your representative here too. Our senators are a little bit harder to get meetings with here versus our House of Representatives members. But just as we talked about, going in person to our board meetings is impactful. Going to our state legislators in the legislature is impactful, as well as trying to get to our federal legislators if we can. So if any of you are able, I would highly encourage that you go if you're able to.
I think on the related, I think it would be helpful for all of us to have like with in the same way that we're looking at district-wide travel and, you know, like to know kind of, and I think some of us probably have a tendency to just pay for things ourselves to avoid submitting anything, but I think that's also not the right path, really. Like public should know how much they could cost to be, you know, to do these things, but just that's separate from that. I think advocacy, very much value advocacy, and think it's important to show up in person. And so I think it's a worthwhile type of thing, but separately, like nuts and bolts wise, I think particularly for those of us who are new, like knowing what's the process, what's already kind of expected that yes, it's part of the budget, we'll pay for blah, 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 and this is what, you know, kind of that fits. It just, I like knowing what the policy is, and then knowing like, do we bring it to the board and approve it? Do we, you know, how is that in the same way kind of that we want to be a part of knowing what policies apply to
Right,
us?
like what per diem maybe for food or transportation and hotel, like those types of.
And this is where the travel policy is, Kevin, it's going to the budget advisory committees for review. Because
That's what I understand.
there is a bylaw, there's a CSBA sample bylaw on a travel policy, which a lot of the surrounding districts already have, that I think would behoove us to.
So maybe when we meet, we can go over the budget. There's a budget for the board. And so we'll get that and review it, and then I'll include it in my weekly. I think it's always a good example when you model your own learning and growth, right? When it shows the seriousness about your work. I don't know what the stipend is or being on the board.
About $270 a month.
I think you should increase that because it's just, you're putting in a ton of time and you want to encourage other people to run for board. Obviously we didn't have a problem this year. We had plenty of people run, but you know, are those people folks that, you know, can financially afford it versus some of the other folks that are there? It shouldn't be a financial burden. And when you pay for something, Lisa, that's not good, I think, because it sends a message that you're doing something because you can afford it and other people shouldn't. You know, they should pay for it. So there's a reason we have a budget. It's not a huge budget and nobody's gonna go ham on this thing. So let's have that discussion, there.
Right. Okay, I want to give the opportunity for any members of the public who wish to speak.
The light on, just you need to turn the light on? Yeah.
Yep. She's a pro. There we go.
Hi, my name is Young, and I have kids at Stevenson and Graham. Thank you for allowing me to comment, and also thank you for spending your Saturday on this. I really appreciate all your time. Um, can I just comment on anything, or because I just joined late, so sorry. Regarding the Zoom comment when I was listening, I thought it was I do understand when people care, they'll try to show it up, but a lot of time they just can't, and it's just really hard. So to be able to allow them to show up, to like call in and discuss on Zoom is just really nice, especially like I have young kids and I like to be involved and I like to discuss. And a lot of time, like I need to write to the board, but then like life happens and I'm not able to. So just have that be able to call in to the board and comment, it's just really, really great. So I hope that the board don't take that away. And it's just not for me, it's for the other people too. Like, just I think it's just not inclusive and it's just a short-sighted view to just only limit people to have to come in person. And then regarding the coast to coast conference, I hope that is a discussion that to be made after we kind of write out what our travel policy, like spell it out, And I'd like to know what's the ROI on an expenditure that has been done in the past. Like, is there a way to measure that to see if it's impactful? What else? Sorry, I just had a lot on my mind then. I should have written it down. And oh, about the board meetings, I'm hoping in the future if there's a way to monitor the audio, because like listening on YouTube online, it's really hard to hear sometimes of what people are saying. So I remember in past board meeting, like back in 2018 when I was watching past audio, there's somebody who would monitor like the audio and if it cannot in the live meeting and if that is not clear, like it's immediately communicated with, people on the board lives and then that can be fixed. So if that's something that we can implement again, that'll be wonderful. Um, I, oh, what else? Sorry. Thank you. Zoom, audio. For the future topic, I was hoping that the board can also talk about the whistleblower, protection. Hoping to add that on the agenda. That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, done with that. I'd like to move on to item 3 and then we'll get, Dr. Skelly wants to make a comment, but
We close out. One proposed issue before.
Okay, go ahead, sure.
Before you, for a new superintendent, you mentioned board self-reflection. I think a board self-evaluation process for the after maybe paired with values and goals at the beginning, and then towards the end of the year, we actually do a self-evaluation of how effective we feel we're being and kind of reflect on that. I think it'd be really
And there's good sample self-evaluation
Yep.
from CSBA and facilitators for that too.
make sure we don't lose sight of that.
So this would be something that you would do.
Bookended with so we set our values early with the new superintendent, then self-evaluate towards the end of the year.
And you may want to do that in part, maybe combine that with a strategic plan review or something.
Yeah.
Because it's not a full meeting.
Yeah.
To do that. All right, so before we sort of break here, I think in that spirit, it'd be interesting to hear from you about how you're feeling about this rest of the year and sort of share sort of how this went and how you're feeling as we sort of launch into is this, you know, how Congress has like the 23rd Congress or 900th Congress or whatever. You're a whole new group in here. How are you feeling about things?
Talk a lot, I'll go first. I think like I'm pretty optimistic. I really appreciate that everyone was pretty open and kind of setting the norms for how we conduct, and like folks are, I feel, really dedicated to being effective governance body and actually like deliberating about the things that we wanted to. So I'm incredibly optimistic about the future.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be super busy. We already have a lot of meetings, and I was looking at Los Altos School District and the high school district for when they've hired superintendents the last couple of years and seeing the number of special meeting closed session. So it's going to be busy, spending a lot of time together. But I'm really excited about, you know, where we're going to be at the end of the spring.
I agree. I think that the direction this is headed, it's going to be busy, but I feel that with the shifts, it's going to be a more productive busy. And I like that things are being addressed kind of in different ways, and that, okay, well, this can be a special meeting, this could be a study session, and really hashing out details to where it feels like I can compartmentalize different things and actually start to prioritize things in my head of how the rest of the year is going to go versus how we're going to start next year.
I'm really excited you're all here. It's very exciting. And I'm very thankful to Bill for taking on the president's role. You know, we've been in crisis management, I think, for the last 6 months. And I'm hoping we can start to move from crisis management to planning and execution and implementation, because there's so much work that still has to be done that we don't want to lose sight of. But I'm also a little tired and dispirited after the last 6 months as well. And for many different reasons. And I think we're really going to need to focus on culture building as a community, because we do want to attract a fantastic superintendent.
So, you know, my sense is that for the last long period of time, 8 years or so, with 2 bond measures that the district has passed, this board has spent a lot of time on facilities issues. And I'm looking forward to focusing on education of our kids. Okay. You know, turning around some of the schools, yeah, just focusing on education. It's the most important thing. We have a very challenging district too. From what I see, you know, from 10 years, some of these issues are still remaining. We do address those.
Do I get the last word? I think you guys are going to be fantastic. I really do. I think this is going to, you've got wonderful people on the board. You represent, as we talked about, a lot of different parts of it. I think you need to make sure that you find the joy in this too. Schools, I mean, the work is hard, but you gotta get out to the sites. I mean, schools have had, to your point, the next board 10 years from now is going to have the same issues that the board is facing now, just about student achievement and, you know, kids not being.
We're going to solve it.
Okay, all right, good. So, I mean, these are enduring issues. And so enjoy each other, enjoy the process. Remember that, you know, if you're all stressed out, that goes with the staff as well. And this should not be this is not a job for you. This is your oversight. Keep yourself at the right level. You don't have to own all the problems of the district, right? You know, keep at the right level and really enjoy it. And remember that your work is the model of the district. And I think you're going to be great. You're going to be great.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Our next board meeting is next Thursday, January 16th. And with that, I will adjourn the special meeting of the Mountain View West School District at 12:44. Thanks.